Just ignore the noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Pun Kelly get caught in the play. Facts and logic with a twist of chest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor blows the lies right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows, dissect the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity when they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lies. Steve Fun Kelly with the set of clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into light where the real facts glow.
Oh, and welcome to the Pun Show. Hope you're doing okay today. We've got a few things to talk about, but the first thing I want to talk about, I don't have any graphics or anything set up for this, but I just something interesting that I was looking at, and there's everybody knows that nobody is watching the Melania movie. Even they had Callie on Fox News talking about how her mom went, and her mom was telling her that the theater was sold out, which of course, and there was standing room only, as though they can even do that in a theater. But and everybody was pointing out, the fire department wouldn't allow that and all this kind of stuff. But what I heard is that even Collie didn't go see the movie. Like, why is she talking about what happened when her mom saw it? Why isn't she talking about what happened when she saw it? You know why? Because she didn't see it. And this is what we're going to be doing now. Everybody's going to be talking about how everybody else saw the movie. And pretty soon Donald Trump is going to have a bunch of MAGAs convinced that they saw a movie they never saw. It's like Shazam in real life. Was that Shazam or whatever, that movie that was never made, that everybody remembers being made, that had Sinbad in it? Hello, Mac Truck. How you doing today? Good to see you. You're like my most faithful Twitch watcher. So, anyway, they were talking about, and it's true. I looked, and it's validated that she had $7 million in ticket sales for this. And I wanted to figure out, how can you have, like the most ticket sales in nearly 20 years and nobody goes to see the movie? And so I started looking into it, and there's a couple of things. One is just ticket prices are more than there were 20 years ago. And it's not like the last 15 years have been a series of blockbuster documentaries. You just think of another documentary in the last 20 years. The one that the last one that was more than Melania's is Fahrenheit 9/11, or the Michael Moore one, which was like 24 million, which was like a lot of money for a documentary. So that's one thing, is just ticket prices are more expensive. The second thing is the amount of money that went into marketing it was just insane for a documentary. It was $35 million they spent in marketing this thing. And there's no way it's ever going to recover that. It was never about the movie at all. That's number two. And this is where I started thinking, if they're going to spend $35 million to market it, what's to stop them from just buying tickets? And so I started, like peeling back the onion a little bit, and reporters that went there were reporting that, like maybe 20% of the tickets that were sold, there was actually somebody there. So, and there were like, these groups that would buy these group tickets and stuff. But basically, remember Donald Trump Jr. wrote his book, or he didn't write it. Everybody knows he didn't write it, but he had this book that had his name on it. And like, I can't even imagine Donald Trump Jr. working enough to do anything at all with his life other than just inherit money from his dad and shoot animals and whatnot. So he had this book came out in his name, and nobody wanted to buy it because, of course, nobody cares what Donald Trump Jr. thinks. Not even MAGA, not even his dad, not even his brother, not even his wife. Well, whichever fiance he has at the time. So anyway, nobody cared about what the book said. So his dad bought a bunch of his books with campaign money and then gave them out as like swag at campaign rallies and stuff. So this is not like the idea of just buying millions of dollars worth of tickets for a movie that nobody wants to see to elevate sales and make it look better for Trump. Yeah, that is not hard to see at all. So yeah, that's what I think happened. Hey Brett, you're home early today. I think hardcore MAGA are just buying. I think there's probably some that are buying tickets and then like actually not going to see it. Because really, I mean, honestly, if we're being honest, and we try to be honest on this show, nobody. Sorry, I had to wipe off my camera. It was cloudy. Nobody wants to see this. Nobody wants to see that movie. Not even Melania Trump wants. Not even Barron Trump wants to see that movie. I don't know. I hope that's a good laugh, Juan. I hope that's a good. I hope you're laughing with me and not at me. The hot mic of the premiere. Nobody in his cabinet showed up. So I'm right. Not even Barron wants to see it. I was kind of joking about that, but apparently I was kind of joking. Apparently I'm not joking at all. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody. I'd rather like wash my hands with gasoline and then dry them out with sandpaper than go see that movie. There is that movie. Like, actually, Donald Trump's hell will be having to watch that movie on repeat over and over and over again. That's what he deserves. Trump is a gangster. Well, thinks he is. Democrats lowered the deficit, give us deflation, and make a better economy. Okay. Huh. Hi, Neil from Scotland. How are you doing? Are you the same guy that was there was somebody from Scotland on here the other day. Today we're talking about something that may not be all that important to somebody in Scotland, but we're going to be talking about the federal elections and why they're federalized in the first place, and Donald Trump trying to take them over. So they can't show her movie on a plane because people will try to walk out. No, it's worth it. It's worth it. I'd rather just fall to my death than watch this movie. People couldn't show up. At least I can die knowing I haven't had to watch that movie. People couldn't show up the third day of Trump's fraud trial in New York. You think anyone wants to show up for a movie about a billionaire? About a billionaire's wife. Will be nice and say wife. I had the whole day off. Exactly. You missed my first message. It must have been before I noticed that checking the Fandango website and putting in the zip code for my local theater showed only 7 seats sold, but everybody was saying nobody was sitting in the seats. Yeah. So yeah, and then this was apparently common throughout. There were also people that were getting paid $50 to pay to go see it and stay to the end. Like, that's how bad it was. And honestly, they spent $35 million marketing it, so they probably would have saved money if they just did more of that and less marketing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure some Kitty sent a private message saying GOP super PAC bought them. I know that I have no doubt that some of that happened at Trump's instruction. I honestly have not talked to anybody online that has actually watched the movie. Can you imagine being so dense that you're still? I don't know what we're blaming on one. You guys blamed everything on Joe Biden. Why is it that everything has to be so weird with you guys? Yes, he wants to stop them. Don't think so. It's not that he wants to stop them, he wants to steal them. Everyone in my city is talking about him stealing election, and Tulsi Gabbard and the whistleblower blog, because it's sensitive to national security. Okay, so what I'm going to do first, before I dive into the slideshow, I made another little song. They've never gone over that well here, but I still want to show it. This one is called 50 States, 50 Ways to Vote. It's another Schoolhouse Rock type thing. And I'm just going to play that song for you. It's only 2.5 minutes. Hopefully it's better than the Melania movie, but at least it's shorter.
It's pluralism. Here's
the lyrics.
50 states.
I should warn you that the captions are a little bit off with the actual lyrics.
50 ways via vote. It's pluralism. Here's the quote. Article 1, Section 4. You see a say that says the A's run elections, not D. C. Why D? The founders do it. I'll tell you straight, never didn't trust when federal or state. Spread the power out from sea to sea, so no one person controls democracy. 50 states, 50 ways. That's how we count votes on election days. From county clerks to secretaries of state. Local folks make our democracy great. Paper ballots, scanning machines, mail-in votes, and everything in between. Some states finish fast, some take more time, but every state is following the line. Now you might think that sounds real hard, 50 different ways to pull a card, but here's the genius hiding in the mess. Decentralization equals resilience. If one county's got a glitch or two, it doesn't crash the whole dang crew. No single point of failure here. That's what protects your vote, my dear. But now there's folks who want control. They say the states can't fill the role. Federalize, they cry out loud, but here's the truth they won't confess. It's not about making elections better, 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 better. It's about power, letter by letter. Seize the ballots, make demands, put voting rolls in federal hands. They want your voter rolls, your SSN tuition. Call it integrity, but it's control of you. Save Act, Mega Act, bills galore. Bragine, 21 million can't vote anymore. The founders made it crystal clear. Spread the power far and near. Cause when one person holds the keys, democracy falls to its knees. 50 states, 50 ways. That's how we count votes on election days. And when they say just trust us, friend, remember what the founders knew. Never trust just one, trust the 52. Article 1, Section 4. My friend, there's straight state sovereignty's how we defend. 50 states, 50 ways, that's democracy in the USA, where it's a cold of warm. They want your voter rolls, your SSN to sound. Call it integrity, but it's control of you. Save Act, Mega Act, bills galore. Without us, 1 in 1 million can't vote anymore. The founders made it crystal clear. Spread the power far and near. Cause when one person holds the keys, democracy falls to its knees. 50 states, 50 ways. That's how we count votes on election days. And when they say just trust us, friend, remember what the founders knew. Never trust just one, trust the 52. Article 1, Section 4. My friend, we're straight state sovereignty's how we defend. 50 states, 50 ways, that's democracy in the USA.
So at least I know Kitty liked it because she was dancing at the end there. What do you think? I thought that one was pretty good, kind of like Hamilton meets Schoolhouse Rock. It was pretty catchy. And so the other thing I was thinking about, I got into looking at this also. Donald Trump specifically named 3 cities that were, we need to take a look at those 3 cities, right? Because the elections there are suspect. So I looked at those 3 cities just like he asked, and this is what I found out. Detroit is 76.8% black, 11.7% white. Philadelphia is 39.9% black, 36.1% white. Atlanta is 46.3% black, 38.3% white. So I think this might not be about election integrity like he's trying to pretend. I think this might more be about just black people voting. So who knows? You know, there's no credible allegations that there's any significant fraud or anything in those things in those states, and we'll get into all that in a second. But I'm just saying, maybe, just maybe, Donald Trump really is a racist, and maybe, just maybe, it's not about maybe just maybe it's not about election integrity. It's about Donald Trump being able to choose his votes instead of his voters being able to choose him. So I don't post homophobic slurs on my channel there, Trump one. And anyway, that's your warning. I also ban homophobic slurs and basically like slurs. You cannot make arguments without being racist or homophobic. It is only about Trump targeting black voters, but there is also a concentration of population and education. Right. It's not only about Trump. Yes, it's not just about the black voters. It's about the voters he doesn't want voting. And we're going to go into what the Republicans and the people he doesn't want voting are the people that aren't going to vote for him. It's really about him choosing who is allowed to vote based on whether or not they're going to vote for him. The actual song is AI. The actual lyrics are me. I have about as much musical talent as a block of wood. So I write the lyrics and then I tell AI what kind of music I'm looking for. And it usually takes a few tries to get the right tune and stuff, but that's how that works. So, but the music and the little video are AI generated. I think it does a pretty good job. Haven't heard that in almost 4 minutes. Do you like the Constitution? So I made a nice little song for you, Brad. Nice little song that like even has the Constitution part in it. I make these things like these videos and stuff like that. And like I do slideshows. It's for people like you that don't know how to read. You can just like see the pretty pictures and understand what's going on. Okay, so here is today's slideshow. Are Democrats being paranoid? The case for the 2026 election interference. And I'm going to go through this and like I'm a federal prosecutor almost. So like I am a lawyer prosecuting this case, and I want to persuade you beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump is trying to rig the election. So let's see how this goes. Hey, Stephanie, welcome back. So this presentation will demonstrate that concerns about the 2026 election interference are not paranoia. They are a rational response to a coordinated, multifaceted campaign to undermine democratic elections. I will present evidence across 7 categories of unprecedented federal intervention in state election systems, all converging on the November 2026 midterm elections. Yeah, he said he worried about 15 states, all Democrat, probably more. It's funny, but we'll get into that quote and everything. So these are the systemic framework, 7 coordinated actions. So these are the actions. 1 is calls to federalize the election, the 15 states that Brad was just talking about. Is it not Brad? Brett was just talking about, sorry. Got Brad on the brain. What's that? All of a sudden the Samuel L. Jackson quote about the burger, Brad. I can't think of the quote. Calls to federalize elections for 15 states, threats to deploy ICE agents at polling places, seizure of the 2020 election materials from Georgia, federal lawsuits demonstrating state voter rolls or demanding state voter rolls, voter suppression legislation, SAVE Act, the Mega Act, which is like, they've always got to make things, these stupid, everything's got to be about MAGA or Trump or whatever now. Anyway, the Mega Act. One goal, or so the creation of the partisan DOJ Election Integrity Task Force, which is anything but. It's like putting RFK Jr. in charge of vaccines or something. The mid-decade congressional redistricting push, which is just unprecedented. And so there's all of this together is one goal to undermine democratic elections, which is also to say they know that if they don't do something, they are losing Congress and possibly the Senate in 2026. So, hang on. Oh, wait, there we go. All right, so now let me, Trump for prison in 2028. Oh, we've got some, got Patsy going to work for there. Hi, Stephanie. Bezos was only buying a seat at Donnie's table by funding that stupid movie. And it was, there was like, I think Paramount bid on it and somebody else bid on it. They were all three people that bid on it were people that had business before the federal government. Adolf Trump wants to know who voted for him and against him. That's just truly frightening. Can you imagine if any of this stuff was the other way around? Can you imagine? Just think about it. If Joe Biden had said we need to federalize the elections, can you imagine the feces slinging that would happen on Fox News? Can you imagine, like, just how, what's his name? Not Jesse, but the other one, forget his name. I try to not waste brain space with those people occupying them. But the other host, I can't think of his name. Anyway, can you imagine how much they would just be losing their feces? It would be like just monkeys in a cage in a poop slinging contest. Trump for prison in 2028. That has my vote. So, like, if you played one of them when you have a massive amount of trolls, it might make them lose their minds. They just, oh no, too much, you know, and they it's like the catchy tune or something at the same time. I dabble in AI too. I made a few YouTube shorts, 3 of them you might want to see. Yeah, sure. I need to check out your YouTube channel. I would like to be able to talk to you outside of doing the live show at some point, either chat or whatever. The news. Do you think this is creative? Is that like, what does this have to do with Gavin Newsom? Like, and what do you mean tax your mileage? I would like a colonoscopy prep festival. Oh, are you? I think I don't know. Are you from California? Like, there is something about, you know, taxing miles for electric cars because gas taxes pay for the roads. And if you have an electric car, obviously you're not paying a gas tax. So then they, you know, are talking about how can, you know, because electric cars use the roads too. So how can they redeem some tax for that? That's fair. I don't have a problem with that. I have an electric car too. Of course, I live in Texas, where, you know, Greg Abbott wants to pretend that electric cars are the devil or something. All right. All right. So let's get back into this. So the first thing we're going to talk about is this, that Donald Trump wants to federalize the elections. That's what the song was about. So Trump's unconstitutional demand. He said, and I quote, "The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting." And I'm just saying, imagine Barack Obama saying that. Imagine Kamala Harris saying that. Imagine Joe Biden saying that. Just imagine how much feces would be thrown. They would be literally pooping into their hands and throwing it at the camera. They would just totally lose all sense of self-control and sanity. And you know, like if you ever read the, you know, if you've ever read the Bible, they talk about like where they would rent their hair out and their garments. I mean, like they would be so upset about something, they would like literally start pulling their own hair out and tearing their own clothes apart because they were just so angry. That's what Fox News would become. They would just absolutely lose all of their marbles if anybody said that, if any Democrat ever said that. And instead, they're just like, well, he didn't mean it. Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution explicitly grants states the authority to administer elections. Legal experts unanimously call federalization flatly unconstitutional. This is the framers would have just, there is no way this actually is even reasonably considered as constitutional. It's the most unconstitutional thing any president has ever said. Okay, so I'm trying to. Kitty says, I would like a colonoscopy prep festival. It would look like a, yes, it would look like a colonoscopy prep festival. Big Kahuna burger. Big Kahuna burger. He is trying to tax. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about, though. Election hasn't been fair since America stole the right to vote from the cons. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Imagine having to walk through a gauntlet of ice into your local voting. Oh my goodness. And the second you choose wrong, you're escorted out of the back door and lights out. If you're a liberal with blue hair, they'll just say you're not a citizen and arrest you. The Bible says a lot about living opposite of how leftists live. Well, that's not really what we're discussing here. I would say that it has a lot to say about, you want to know something? Just since you want to bring this up, you know what the Bible says? Like at its core, where is the exact opposite about whole Republican philosophy of life, is that you can't worship God and mammon both. You can't be about God and you can't and money at the same time. And what is capitalism? If you really think about it, capitalism at its core is the worship of mammon. Capitalism at its core is like the thing that drives everything is money. Give yourself to money. Money is the only thing that matters. You talk to the Republican Party, you talk to Republicans, their whole philosophy of life is that the most important thing is mine. It's not the most important thing is mine. Just mine in quotes. Like that's mine. That the Republican Party is so self-centered on what belongs to them that they think that if somebody were to try to steal your wallet, however much money in your wallet is worth killing them over. They think that the power of mind is greater than the power of human life. See, I don't think Republicans really believe in the gospel at all. Because if they really believed in the gospel, they would preach the gospel to the muggers. They wouldn't want to shoot them. Because if they preach the gospel to them and they get them saved, then, you know, they get a notch in their belt. If they preach the gospel and don't get them saved and get mugged and killed instead, they're with Jesus that day. So I don't really think that, you know, they believe that. I think they just use the Bible as a weapon, which is also unbiblical. Thank you. Elon brought the election for Trump in 20. I don't agree. I don't believe that. I don't think that the 2024 election is any more stolen than the 2020 election. And for the same reasons. It's just impossible. Which we'll go into that today. That's a big part of the reason I don't want the elections federalized. There's all these different systems and you know, and you just it's not flipping one button. It's not, and all the voting machines are air gapped. There's just not a feasible way to do it. And I know that because Grok told me that. No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. When he's had 3 mental tests, it's not about diagnosis. It is about monitoring. That's a fair point. But he aced them, according to him. Yeah, just ask him. He circled the elephant all by himself. Convicts are stripped of voting. That depends on the state. Convicts are stripped of voting rights after they have served their time. Some states that's true. In some states it's not. Like he's pooped himself the other day. If you turn the volume up all the way, you can hear it. Is that the one where they like cleared out the Oval Office and you can like even see the one? I think she's wearing a green dress or something. You can see her holding her nose or wrinkle her nose or something. I've seen like people that have gone through and highlighted videos where he was clearly not smelling well. Dem's most important is taking from the makers and giving to the takers. What do you base this on, Joe? What honestly, if you want to really have a discussion where you're not just saying things, please tell me what is your basis for saying this? What are your facts? Where are your numbers at? What are makers and takers? What are your words meaning? Because the last time I checked, states that tend to vote blue pay more in federal taxes than they get back. States that vote red instead of blue tend to receive more in federal taxes than they take back. So the actual reality is that red states tend to be more the takers and blue states tend to be more the makers. But it's more complicated than that. There's people in all states that are both Democrat and Republican. I have to jump to Lowe's before it gets dark. Have a good day. All right, well, you know, I maybe try to drive instead. You don't have to jump all the way there. That's a long jump. The host believes in voter fraud. No, I don't believe in voter fraud. I never said anything about voter fraud. Where did I see? Voter fraud means that voters are doing the fraud. He is the worst president in so many ways. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, literally, yes. I can't use that word because it's monetized, but I have to agree. He is the poopiest president. And there are people that has worked for him that have said that. And did you see there's a video of a guy This came out before all the elections and everything. From when he was The Apprentice, they had a guy that they called the diaper guy. And his job, a big part of his job, was changing Trump's diaper and having to clean him up, which I cannot think of a more repulsive job than that. How do you put that on your resume? Like, diaper guy. Can you think of anything worse than being the diaper guy? Yep, says the people who voted for a Froster. Trump only poops his pants always. What else you got? Well, I mean, I went through 150 items yesterday of just pure fascism from Trump. Worst president ever. All right. Yes, Joe Biden was a much better president than Donald Trump. When Trump leaves the room, they say, "Smell you later." Joe Biden actually had passed more bipartisan legislation than any president since LBJ. He was actually a really good and really effective president. It's just the media forgot to tell you that. Oh, Kitty came up with a worse job than Trump. We'll just say it's related to Monica. Somebody that had the Monica Clinton, but Monica. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. That kind of job. Democrats removed political opponents from ballots. No, they didn't. Democrats did not remove any political opponents from ballots. And that's not what fascism means anyway. I don't think anybody... That hill, you do not have to worry about dying on. I think that's Laura Loomer's job, though. Did you hear about Laura Loomer got in this? There was this tragic situation that happened with Laura Loomer. She fell asleep in the tanning bed and her face melted. That's why she looks the way she does. You have lost mind. You have lost mind. I just want to say this one more time. You have lost mind. I think if you're going to say somebody lost their mind, you should be able to, like get all 5 words correctly. Biden forced mandates. Biden had a vaccine mandate. That is not what fascism is. And no, the Democrats did not do that. Somebody sued Colorado to not have Trump on the ballot because the Constitution says you can't be on the ballot. So some people tried to get one person removed from one ballot because the Constitution says he couldn't be on there. That does not equate to all Democrats removing all Republicans from all ballots. So maybe try a little bit of intellectual honesty, David. Well, his assistants were the president. Well, his assistants did a damn good job then. Better than Stephen Miller. I have a felony conviction in California. I can vote there and have in Oregon. I can own a gun. I cannot own a gun, however. I was watering my yard. Oh, okay. President Joe Biden signed hundreds of bills into law during his term, including major legislation like Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, Inflation Reduction Act, and Chip Science Act, all of which were really, really good bills. And he wanted to pass a very effective immigration bill, but the jackass Donnie told Republicans not to pass it. And they had negotiated it with the Republicans. Republicans were willing to, it was good for both parties. Hang on a second. All right. Joe wanted Colorado and Maine in late 2023 and early 24. The Colorado Supreme Court and Maine Secretary of State. Yeah, that's not Democrats, dude. And that's not all states. That is one lawsuit by one group of people. Anyway, you're kind of irrelevant. Enforcing the actual Constitution. His administration, which ended in January 2025, frequently passed bipartisan bills with a notable final large batch of 50 bills signed on Christmas Eve. All right. Not wrong, David. I'm not spinning. Anyway. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're not right. Okay, Trump is a 34-count felon. That's the truth. A lot of... Anyway, so... You got a guy that just... I think I'm going to start getting rid of people that just try to dominate the conversation, too. If I respect you enough to answer your question, don't try and hijack the show. So David's gone. In the light of the new files release, politics feels pointless, and this is all curated outrage to get us to fight. I don't think it's all pointless, though, Skippy. I hear what you're saying, and I certainly think that things are important. But I don't think we can. It's like if somebody's firing a gun at you and a truck is driving at you at the same time, you can say, oh, the gun's going to kill me if I don't move out of the way. And you can say the truck's going to kill me if I don't move out of the way. Because there are two things that can kill you at the same time, one doesn't make the other unimportant. And so the very basis of our democracy is at stake, and all that's going on with the Trump files and the Epstein files is also really important. And as Kitty has been reminding me both on and off the show, and I think it's something that's really critical. It's not just an American thing. It's not just people in America that had that power. There's people being busted all over the world about this. It's an international thing. It's a global thing. And it's not just a money thing or a pedophile thing. And it is those things, and I'm not diminishing that it's those things, but it's also a corruption of some of the most powerful people in the world that are all seeming to be banded together. I never thought that the QAnon would be right, but it would be Donald Trump that was at the helm. Okay, so are you saying to ignore law enforcement? Who's saying to ignore law enforcement? Have I said ignore law enforcement? No. Then why are you saying that why are you asking if I'm saying that? What am I saying that's nuts, Walter? Okay, thank you. You're a finder, I guess. 9 likes. Really? That's better than usual. Well, I mean, I'm not doing Walter, I know this might come as a shock to you, but I don't do these things for likes. My world does not revolve around what you think of me. Donald Trump is mentioned more times than the Epstein files than Jesus Christ. You were saying that yesterday. I looked at it, it's like over 5,000 times. But according to Donald Trump, he's not in there. Doesn't say anything about him. All right. So, man. All right. I need to take a 2-minute break here. I need to, my reflex is bad, and I need to get my reflex medicine, which I thought I had it right next to me, and I don't. So just give me a short minute here. Patsy, do you want to jump on and go through some comments? No? Okay. All right. So I'll be back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Keeps me from burping all over the burping while I'm talking. Thank you for your patience. Impeach Trump now. You're like a horse trying to fix a merry-go-round. Okay. Whatever that means. Come on, Patsy. That I've got this joke. When your husband blames you for something, do you ever say, "I'm not your Patsy"? No. That one's getting a thumbs down and probably a "don't tell my husband you said that." Okay, I love how he ignores the fact that it is bad not to comply with law enforcement. I don't know what you're talking about. Did you know that law enforcement doesn't just being law enforcement, you actually have to also abide by the law? You can't just go around demanding that people get out of their cars. You actually have to follow the law too. And did you know that ICE has absolutely no authority over American citizens in most instances? And there was no reason for him to tell her to get out of her car. And so that doesn't justify murdering her, Walter. Republicans, we do Israel's bidding. Oh, hey. How you doing? You're on mute.
Sorry, what I was trying to do was to make me a little box in the corner so that they could see my sign language in the background occasionally.
See, that would be, I don't know how to do that. But we can leave you there and then you can just be on mute. And then, but yeah. So you guys, yeah, you guys really miss the best part of the show, which is when Kitty is doing her sign language answers to me. Okay, so yeah. Republicans, we do Israel's bidding. Democrats do it, but in a different flavor. Let's say there's probably some truth to that, but I like Republicans are more about doing Israel's bidding, and it has nothing to do with the Jews. It has to do with trying to bring the Lord back and fulfill this prophecy. It's more of a MAGA right wing. What's the word? End times apocryphal or apocalyptic thing. Am I freezing? There we go. Sorry, I think my internet went buggy for a second. Matthew thinks that MAGA is still winning. Tell that to the MAGA that just got her butt kicked in an election. That went from a 17-point win for Trump to a 13, 14-point loss for Republicans in less than a year. But you go on and keep believing that MAGA is winning. There have been so many elections since 2024. You guys act like that's the only election in the history of the country. Sit down, Matthew. Your superior is talking. Stop calling them law enforcement. And that's right. They are not law enforcement. Sorry, trying to multitask. I am of a firm belief that there is no such thing as multitasking. Of course, there are different opinions on that. But I feel like you're either doing something or you're doing nothing. You can only do one thing at a time. And my wife says that's an excuse. We have very different opinions on this matter. It's a lawful order. No, it's not a lawful order. Because ICE has no ability or enforcement over traffic control or over local traffic. So it's not a lawful order. I'm not crazy, dude. I'm actually informed. I don't just regurgitate things that I hear on Fox News like a potato head. I've actually looked at the law. Have you looked at the law, Walter? Or are you just a sycophant? We are an actual vassal state and have been for some time. Oh, we're never going to hold another seat in any election. What a weirdo. I'm confused. Is her name Kitty or Patsy? Okay. Do you want to take that or? This is my fault in a lot of ways.
I'm Kitty. Just call me Kitty.
Call her Kitty.
That's my name for now.
That's her online name and everything. And anyway, if you see her in the YouTube chat, she's Resistance Kitty. And that's also, I think, her name on Blue Sky and Twitter and everything. That's her social media name. See, I'm Machine Pun Kelly, and I'm also Kelly. So it's easier to not get confused on that. Oh, I've got made up statistics that have nothing to do with anything. But hey, believe the polls. Yes, what about the election results, Walter? According to every poll I've seen, MAGA sure ain't winning. Okay. According to the election results, a 31-point swing in an actual election in Texas. In Texas? You're talking about Texas, dude. A Republican, no Democrat had won in that district in like 36 years. You've got, and there was one in like Tennessee or something that had flipped. The governor in Virginia and the governor in Virginia. Both of those had like a 20-point move from 2024. There was the election of the judges in Florida or in Georgia. There were like a 40-point swing. These are not anomalies. Perhaps you should try changing the channel and maybe you'll learn something, or just turning off the TV set entirely and learning how to read. What is my solution to what? If you're talking about, election stuff, there's no problem to solve. They're inventing anyway. So that actually reminds me, I should get back into actually doing this. All right, so Thune, I'm not in favor of federalizing elections. I'm a big believer in decentralizing and distributing power. That's what he said in response. And even Mike Johnson says it's always been the responsibility of the states to administer elections and a system that works well. Exhibit B. So Exhibit A, how do we know that Trump wants to federalize the elections? Because Trump said he wants to federalize the elections. That's Exhibit A. Exhibit B, ICE at the polling places. All right. And so this is all in this Trump created, Bannon created, GOP created myth that there are just tons of illegal immigrants voting. It's not a real thing. And so Bannon on his podcast said, you're damn right we're going to have ICE around the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again. The country was never stolen. The Democrats won an election. The election was never stolen. There's never been any evidence to suggest, like actual real evidence. I don't mean Trump saying stupid things. I mean actual real evidence that the election was ever stolen. But is it legal? Is it even legal to have ICE surrounding the polls? No, it is not. Federal law explicitly prohibits deploying federal force troops or armed federal law enforcement to any polling place. It's against the law. And I say it so many times on this show. If you have to break the law to enforce the law, there is no law. Federal law prohibits any activity that intimidates voters. And under the Voting Rights Act, victims only need to prove they were intimidated, not that intimidation was intended. Of course, the Voting Rights Act doesn't mean anything to this Supreme Court. Okay, so let's see what we've got. Some comments up here. What is wrong with ICE at voting places? Well, you know what's wrong with ICE at voting places? It's against the law, as I just said. But ICE is not just right now. They aren't just attacking illegals like you guys like to say. No, they're snatching people that are brown with accents. They're attacking legal citizens. They grabbed an American citizen out of his house and dragged him in the middle of a Minnesota winter outside in his underwear. So that's what's wrong with ICE at voting places. What's wrong with ICE at voting places is you're intimidating deliberately non-white people and Democrats from voting. You're trying to scare people away from voting. That's what's wrong with it. Not people voting illegally, but people voting legally. But it's also against the law. Stephanie points out it's not their job. Their job, ICE's mission, that's actually a really good point. The other side, ICE's mission is not to protect voting polls. There's nothing in there that said that ICE's job is to apprehend illegal immigrants. Yes, he wants to steal everything he can. His greed knows no bounds. He would eat a baby alive if he thought it would increase his money and power. Hey, Kitty, has he done that yet? Is there anything in the Epstein files about him eating an alive baby? Because that's about all. That's how close we are to him actually being the fulfillment of all things QAnon. If he actually drank a baby's blood, then what is that anyway? The so-called thing that's in the baby blood. What? Yeah. Why? Just Why the bleep would ICE be at voting places? And it's 100% to intimidate people of color and prevent them from voting. None of this stuff. Let me be perfectly clear. None of this stuff has to do with keeping illegal people from voting illegally. The percentage of votes that are cast illegally, whether by, in any way, shape, or form, over the last 45 years, is like less than 1 in a million. It is so rare and so unusual that they are trying to create an illusion that there's a problem, so that by solving this problem, they can actually prevent people from voting legally. So what they're doing is they are going after the legal ways that Democrats vote and the legal people that are voting who are Democrats. So what they're doing is they're saying, oh, we can send ICE out, and they're not, as we talked about yesterday, they say they're not racial profiling. They're just looking at people based on their skin color and accents. Where they send those people? Where are they sending ICE? They're sending ICE to the places where would they be sending ICE? They're not going to be sending ICE to the voting polls in red districts. Trust me, bro. Our elderly won't care. I don't know what that means. Or legacy. Why don't we have the National Guard and the Marines there too? Well, who says we're not? There's a lot of people that are speculating that that's why he's looking for martial law, or he's trying to get justification for the Insurrection Act. That's why he's out there trying to provoke people on the streets of Minnesota, so that then he can say, oh, Insurrection Act, and then he can put National Guard and active duty military in front of poll places. Can't find the actual law. Actually, dude, the actual law, if you want the actual law, I'm pretty sure it's in the if you look at the comments section in the description on the YouTube account, there's a link to this slideshow, and if you look at the speaker's notes, you should be able to find it there. Legacy, you don't understand what ICE is. Trump used them as his secret police. Why are they scared? Why are they scared? Because, dude, like I said, ICE is grabbing people off the street that are American citizens. They're scared because they're brown and have accents, even if they're citizens. If they can snatch you out of your home and drag you out in the middle of a Minnesota winter, do you think that they're not going to think twice about snatching you out of line while you're legally waiting to vote? You seem to be under the impression that you have to be guilty in order to be murdered by ICE. If you have nothing to hide, then what do you... Well, because, again, people are being murdered whether they have anything to hide or not. That's why we talk about due process. And with Trump, you guys kept saying innocent until proven guilty. And when we talked about Trump, Trump was going through due process. Like, he was investigated. He was charged. Everything went through a grand jury. He was arrested. He had trials. You guys want to deny all that stuff happened. And now you're just like, well, if you didn't have anything to hide, why are you not worried about me? Because people are being shot and murdered. People are being dragged out into the street in their underwear. People are being detained in concentration camps for days at a time. American citizens. So yeah, do you think that they're going to send them to voting polls in whatever Palm Beach County that Donald Trump votes in? No. Maybe you need to just stop being a dick, Vic. Who said we have jobs? The country doesn't run with just 9 to 5 people. Or who said we don't have jobs? Yeah. I mean, like, it's just another way of being dishonest. That's all they have is dishonesty. I shouldn't have called Vic a dick. I'm sorry. My wife's going to get mad at me. Although he kind of did deserve it because they know legal citizens have been taken. I'm not scared of ICE because they've shown a willingness to kill citizens. I'm not scared of ICE because they've shown a willingness to kill citizens doing things protected by the Constitution, then being called as terrorists. I think you mean you are scared of ICE. Oh, I'm not scared of ICE, but they've shown them. If they're willing to do that to white people, imagine what they're willing to do to brown people. Imagine what they've done. Literally, people have been disappeared. There are people that have just been disappeared. They have a 99.9% accuracy rate. This is like a completely made up number. That is the most made up number in the history of made up numbers. And I just made that up. And it's still more realistic than your 99.9% accuracy rate. It's like we covered yesterday. Trump is not like 2000 or 1945 Hitler. Trump is like 1930 Hitler. And my wife was arguing yesterday this weekend, there was a guy making this allegation. Do you think it's really fair to compare Trump to Hitler? And so I was telling her, it doesn't have to be exactly like 100% equated. He doesn't have. What percent of like Hitler are you comfortable with? Are you? I'm not my wife, but to tell her to ask the guy, what percent of Hitler are you comfortable with? If he's only like 40% of Hitler, are you okay with that? 50%? Like, give me a percentage of how much he's like Hitler before you start having problems with it. Because he's sitting there building concentration camps for brown people. He's disappearing people. He's shooting American citizens that disagree with him. He's going after the media that disagrees with him. He's prosecuting the press that disagrees with him. He's trying to get comedians fired that make jokes about him. How much, he's quoting Hitler, talking about the blood of immigrants or the immigrants are poisoning the blood of this country. Like literally quoting Hitler. So at what point do you say, well, that's too much like Hitler? A little bit of Hitler I'm okay with, but this much Hitler, no. Are you MAGA equals molesters are granted amnesty? Yeah, this is not anybody that is accused of something Trump is accused of is innocent. We have lots of documentation and records about Donald Trump during the 2020 election. What the bleep are you talking about? No, I don't know if you're talking to me. To clarify, there are lots of there are lots of documentation and records that Donald Trump lied about the 2020 election being stolen, and that he knew he was lying, and that he did things like get these fake electorate schemes going and tried to overthrow the country with this whole charade. There's a record of there's a recording of Donald telling a guy in a state to get him 11,000 votes. This state, by the way, thanks for the segue, so I can get back to my slideshow. Perfect segue. The state of Georgia. Whoops, hang on. Let me hide that. Okay, so Georgia, he's gone and seized the ballots in Georgia because of some crime that's being investigated, some mysterious crime. So January 28th, 2026, he seized 700 boxes of 2020 ballots and election materials. These ballots have already been counted 3 times. Multiple audits found no fraud. Warrant affidavit was sealed. DNI, Tulsi Gabbard was present. I'm not aware of something like this happening ever before. This just looks like a way to use the might of the federal government to further Trump's voter fraud narratives. What I think probably precipitated this is because one of the things that was seized was the tapes. And when you count ballots, you have to wrap tape around it to verify that that's the number of ballots that are in that bundle. Like, so if it's like 100 or 1,000, I'm not sure how many it's supposed to be in a bundle. But then whoever the person that wraps them is supposed to sign that tape. So it's like 100 ballots, then you sign it, and then it's 100 tapes, and then that's validated by the signature. Apparently, like 350,000 ballots in these bundles that were signed weren't signed. The tape wasn't signed. That does not mean the ballots weren't cast. That just means that the person that put the tape around them forgot to sign their name. And so the Trump administration and the right wing has tried to make it look like this means that Georgia stole the election. This is not even an issue of law. This is just a policy. And it's a mistake that somebody made, and, you know, whatever. But this is the important part. Those ballots were still legally cast. Those ballots, those people that filled those ballots out still legally voted. And so you can't throw out their legal vote because somebody forgot to sign their name on a bundle of votes that were legally cast. So that's number one. The people, those votes were still valid. There was a procedural error in counting them. Okay. There is also the fact that there were 2 separate hand counts subsequent to the initial count. There was the initial count, and then there were 2 hand counts after that. So if there was some mistake made with that, you know, being the wrong votes counted or whatever, it would have come up in one of those recounts. They would have found out what happened. So there's absolutely nothing amiss about the Georgia election. And why Tulsi Gabbard was there, nobody knows. Because she's only supposed to be involved with stuff that's international. Here's another weird thing. The warrant was brought by Thomas Albus, U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Missouri, not Georgia or D.C. prosecutors. This is especially weird. This is also, I believe, probably a violation of the 11th Amendment. Another one of those amendments that we didn't even know why it was there until now. But why the state of Missouri, why a U.S. attorney from Missouri is investigating the Georgia investigation makes no sense at all. You know, it's probably, if it ever goes anywhere, which it probably won't, it'll probably get cast out, thrown out on that. Can you imagine if like a U.S. attorney in California served a warrant in Texas and seized their ballots? Do you see the issue? So anyway, A nationwide network of loyal prosecutors willing to politically motivated investigations in jurisdictions outside of their own. Why is this guy going that far out of his jurisdiction? Could it be because the guy that's actually in Georgia didn't want to do it? Actually, think he even resigned over it. They wanted him to do it. He refused to. And it's not like Georgia is this famously liberal blue collar state, and that everybody that are blue state. Georgia's pretty famously red. The 2020 was the exception, not the rule. Voter, so Exhibit D. We got some. Who's denying elections? Are you this stupid? Really? I don't know. Trump is a clown. 10% of less than 10% of more. 10% of less is less than 10% of more. Crazy, huh? I don't know what that means. Who is stealing elections? Well, it looks like Donald Trump is trying to. That's the point, Stinky butt cheek. I've seen a lot of people like name themselves after Trump in creative ways, but that one probably is the most honest one yet. So congratulations on that. By the way, MAGA ICE is not allowed to detain, question, or do anything with American citizens because they are immigration enforcement making what they are doing illegal. Exactly. I think there are 3 reasons that ICE can detain an American citizen, and none of them are related to either one of these cases. That's just you being intellectual. I don't know the judging by who you're talking to. I think that's probably an accurate statement. Trump wants complete control, and so many folks are okay with it. And they're like, they're not even curious as to why. Like, can you imagine? I mean, really, MAGAs, imagine that it's not just if Donald Trump, if Joe Biden did it. Whatever control you're giving to Donald Trump now goes to every president from going forward. Every president from now on gets the same authority that you're giving Trump right now. So imagine, I know you guys like to be terrified of Obama and stuff, but are you? I know you like to be terrified of Obama and tell Obama horror stories, but oh, hey, there we go, Patsy or Kitty. See, when I don't have the thing up, that's how we can do it. So there we go. There we go. All right. So this is the voter data grab. He's trying to get voter data from all the states. This is definitely one of those things where, imagine just giving any president going forward throughout the history of ever the authority to just grab whatever voter polls, whatever voter data there is. Do you really want to do that? Do you want to say that Texas has to give the next Democratic president all their voter data? Because that's what you're arguing. When you say, why doesn't California just give their voter data if there's nothing to hide? Because it's not about whether something can be hidden. It's about whether something can be manipulated. And it's not like we're talking about the bastion of integrity with this administration. This administration has been caught in so many lies that it's if Donald Trump said the sky is blue, I would run outside to see what the hell happened to the sky. It's that bad. If Donald Trump says this tastes like chicken, I know he is eating the only thing that anybody ever said tastes like chicken that doesn't taste like chicken. So apparent ransom. Attorney General Pam Bondi sent a letter to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz seeking voter rolls while signaling the administration could withdraw ICE enforcement operations from the state if they would send in their voter polls. We'll stop murdering your system, your citizens, if you send us your voter polls. What do the voter polls have to do with ICE? What does ICE have to do with election results? Nothing at all. So the Democrats' response to this was the whole country now sees this pursuit of voter rolls. I keep saying voter polls, voter rolls. What it is, nothing more than an apparent ransom. Using federal immigration enforcement as leverage to obtain voter data is unprecedented. Government coercion. And it's all on made up pretext. All right, so before we go on to the next one, this seems to be working out well, going like a section at a time. All right, so, and then we'll do that. Well, okay. While we go through the comments. Okay, yeah. The delusional stupidity is amazing. Typical. See, this is like, Michael, you say a lot of things, but you never say anything. The top 1% make 22.4% of all income in America. That's around 5.14 trillion paid in taxes when you account for 23 trillion total income in the USA. Yeah. I have no problems with people who make more money paying more taxes. Why isn't Donald Trump paying? And that's, there's, I mean, I know I don't think you're disagreeing with me, but one of the things that I think is interesting is when you talk about income earners, and you've got people that are billionaires and like 100 billionaires that are triggering a loss. Does that, I don't know. I don't think that they're included. Like, is Elon Musk part of the top 1% of income earners in America? Or if he says his business is operating at a loss because his stocks went down $100 billion or whatever. You had Donald Trump didn't pay any income tax for 10 years or whatever. He's a billionaire that's not even making any money. Is he, like, when he counts that as a loss? I don't know the answer to this. It's maybe something I should look up. But does that mean he's not one of the top 1%? How do we qualify what the top 1% of income earners is? Are we just looking at their declared income on their taxes? Jim Bob, they're not. Is there somebody really commenting named Jim Bob? Jim Bob, that doesn't sound like a redneck. Jim Bob, they're not supposed to get voter rolls, which is one reason they were invading Minnesota. And yes, this is part of the whole. This is part of the whole thing about why we're supposed to be, like the federalism of voting and stuff. The federal government does not have any right to voter rolls. They don't. And it's never been that way. And no federal government has ever asked for it. And it's blatantly unconstitutional. The Constitution says that the states determine how to run their elections. It's in that pretty little song I wrote. In Michigan, they can automatically register everyone 4 months before the 2020 election. So it's Michigan. Michigan's allowed to do that. There's nothing wrong with that. They're not illegal. They're not registering people that are here illegally. They're not registering non-citizens. They can do whatever they want. They're a state. They don't have to do what you want. And if the people in Michigan want to change that, the people of Michigan can change that. See, some of us believe that it's better for America if more people can vote. Like, more people voting is better than fewer people voting. Some of us think it should be easy to vote as long as you are an American citizen and voting legally. It's funny how some people think it should be harder to go vote than to buy a gun. What do you think, Batsy? Should it be easier to buy a gun or to vote? It's like my anger translator in sign language. They want to pull all of everyone's personal information into the Palantir computer system so that they can find ways to suppress Democrat votes. Are you catching on yet? Yes. They are when they talk about ICE going to intimidate voters at the polls. Which precincts do you think they're going to be going to? Do you think they're going to be going to the rich Manhattan precincts? Do you think they're going to be going to the precincts in Bastrop, Texas? Or do you think they're going to be going to the precincts in those cities that Donald Trump says where they're doing things illegally, where there's a high percentage of black people voting? Bastrop, Texas has a lot of illegal immigrants. It has about 4 or 5 times as a percentage of its population of illegal immigrants than the state of Minnesota does. Texas has a lot of illegal immigrants. I know this. Some of them have done work on my house. I don't care. They did good work. I tend to think of the people as people, not legal or illegal. But they're not sending out ICE. There's been a couple of people picked up by ICE, but they don't have thousands of ICE agents walking around my city. No, we don't. We do not find illegals. Fornicate you. There were 60 court cases about Trump causing everyone illegal. There were 60 court cases about Trump accusing everyone of illegal election, and no evidence was found, Bob. There was never any evidence found on any of this. And I had a whole show based on this. There's just never, ever, ever any evidence at all that any precinct was actually affected by illegal votes. And I don't mean votes by illegals. I mean votes that were not legally cast. And the very few votes that were not cast legally, most of those that we have discovered were votes illegally cast for Donald Trump. Don't, like the way they act is every single vote that's illegally cast is cast for the Democrats. Like Republicans never vote illegally. But you have all kinds of people that were voting for their dead wives and stuff. Not all kinds, but, a half dozen or so. Yeah. No, I understand that. Like but the IRS, when they report that data, are they reporting just income earners based on their tax returns? Because I think like if and how does that work out? Like if you're a billionaire and you report on your tax returns that your business lost $20 million that year, are you considered part of the top 1% of income earners or not? Because you might, be below the poverty level as far as they're concerned. But, you've got enough assets that you're not qualified for Medicaid or whatever, but you when they're talking about how much taxes you paid, you didn't pay any taxes and you have all this money. So I just have a hunch that when people like, and then they're also using payroll taxes, and they're just using income taxes and not Social Security taxes or Medicaid taxes. And so those things are also like paying a lot more. Those are regressive taxes. If you make over, I want to say it's like $170,000 if you're a married couple and you make over 170,000, or if you're single and make over 120,000, somewhere in that ballpark. At a certain level, you stop having to pay Social Security taxes. And if you're self-employed, you have to pay 15%. If you're employed by somebody else, it's 7.5%. So there's some variance in there where people are paying a higher, like I pay a higher percentage of my money in taxes than Donald Trump or Elon Musk because I'm self-employed. But I don't pay that much in income tax because I'm not in the highest tax bracket. I won't say where I am, but Jim Bob, when you don't do your own research and you believe whatever a bleeping pathological, sadistic, narcissistic sociopath tells you, you're in trouble. Yeah, at some point, like, what does it take for some people to stop just believing everything Trump says is the gospel? Do you understand I like you, Stacy. You are my kind of commenter. We need more commenters like Stacy and Stephanie. The Stacy and Stephanie show. Do you understand the propaganda and well, Brett's not here right now. Do you understand the propaganda machines from Fox News Entertainment who had to pay $700 million or more because of their disinformation regarding that election that took Dominion? And then there was also, don't forget, they actually won a lawsuit against Tucker Carlson. I don't know if you've heard of this one, but they said in that lawsuit against Tucker Carlson that they shouldn't be sued because they're not a news show. They're an entertainment show. So what they say, any reasonable person shouldn't take seriously. And then that actually, they won on that argument. They literally won a lawsuit saying you shouldn't take us seriously. And if anybody takes us seriously, we are so ridiculous. We are so over the top that anybody that takes us seriously it's their fault for taking us seriously. That was a legal defense that they won on. Not just a legal defense they lost on, which would be bad enough, but the judge looked at the evidence and said, yeah, this is so ridiculous that I can't, what Fox News says is so ridiculous. It can't even legally be qualified as news anymore. Okay. Guess who's not in the Epstein files? Biden and Obama. Okay. So Raven says, but the president is not a state-specific office. I don't know what you were saying then in response to, maybe to another comment. And it's right. The president is not only not a state-specific office, the office of the president is deliberately excluded from the Constitution anywhere in terms of elections, if you notice that. And I don't think that's just an accident. The framers were very deliberate in not including the president as having a say in who wins elections. Because you think about that, there were no term limits at the beginning, right? So you could just keep saying you won the election. And, you know, it's like putting a basketball team, having them also do the reffing. If a basketball team can do the reffing, they're going to win a lot of games. They're not going to lose a lot of games, especially if you get a dishonest basketball team. All right. Oh yeah, they do have Obama in there because they can't exploit and manipulate them. Oh, so they had the Obama, the mention of the Obamas was that the Obamas didn't want to have anything to do with them. Is that what you're saying? Is that right, Patsy? Or Kitty? More or less. I have not spent a lot of time on the X side. Okay. So let's pop this back up. Whoops. All right. Right. I don't know why that happens. Sorry. Trying to. There we go. We're back to here. Voter suppression. The SAVE Act. Let's talk about the SAVE Act. This is one of those things that Republicans love to talk about. Voter IDs. So the SAVE Act requires documentary proof of citizenship to register to vote. Requires a birth certificate or a passport. Does not accept a driver's license, a real ID, or a military ID. This and Republicans are like, well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with being able to prove you're a citizen? If you're saying you shouldn't have to prove you're a citizen to vote, then you must be wanting people that don't vote. That's called a false dichotomy, right? So let's look at why people would actually, let's honestly look at why people don't do it and why Republicans want to push this through. Because there just is not a significant problem with people voting illegally. Right now, it's against the law to vote if you're not a citizen. If you get caught, let me just come back here for a second. Let me pop on. So it is not illegal, or it is illegal to vote if you are not a citizen. It is a felony to vote if you are not a citizen. And I don't just mean if you're here illegally, I mean if you're not a citizen. So if you're here on a green card and you're not naturalized yet, you cannot vote. It is against the law for you to vote. It is a felony for you to vote. And I'm just gonna, I don't know what the penalty is, so I'm just gonna say, what is the penalty for voting as a non-citizen in Texas? I'm just grabbing the state of Texas because that's where I live and waiting for Grok to give me an answer here. In Texas, voting as a non-citizen is illegal and carries severe penalties under state law. It is a second-degree felony for a non-citizen to vote in Texas. A second-degree felony in Texas is punishable by 2 to 20 years in prison and a fine of up to $10,000. And let's say, what about Minnesota? Since that's the state that Trump likes to villainize right now. It's explicit. It's a felony in Minnesota, and punishable by deportation and up to 5 years in prison. All right. So it's not a red states punish it and blue states don't type thing. Minnesota is like the the bluest of blue states. Even Reagan couldn't win Minnesota. That, like, the one state that Reagan didn't win was Minnesota. That's how blue Minnesota is. So it's illegal, and it's really like the consequences are severe, and the reward, the benefit is almost negligible. If you vote, you're not going to change the outcome of the election by voting illegally. So there's no real incentive to vote illegally. There's not, like, people aren't going out and trying to vote illegally so that they can get deported, sent to prison and then deported. It's just not happening. And according to okay, how many? We'll just We're just going to ask Rock this question. How many non-citizens have been convicted of voting in the last 25 years? There's no single comprehensive. So the Heritage Foundation's election fraud database documents only about 77 to 102 instances of non-citizens voting from 1999 to 2025. With about 77 between 1999 and 2023, around 68 to 80 in broader cases. The Brennan Center for Justice found only 41 cases involving non-citizens registering, voting, or attempting to vote over decades. And this database, by the way, this database is not just presidential elections. This database includes school board elections. It includes, city council elections. It includes primaries. It includes every single election that is held in the country since 1982. So, out of billions of votes that have been cast, they have found at most around 100 that are cast by non-citizens. And that includes non-citizens who are here legally and non-citizens who are here illegally. And of those non-citizens that are here illegally that have cast ballots, not one of them would have been prevented with the SAVE Act because they had fake passports. That's how they registered. So telling non-citizens that they have to show their passport, they can show their fake passport still. It doesn't prevent them from showing fake passports. Why they do it, I don't know. But it very rarely happens. Sometimes, like there was a guy in Canada, an immigrant from Canada, who did not know he had a fake passport. His parents, from Canada, no less, and this guy was a MAGA in Florida, of all places. I think this is funny. So he's a MAGA voter from Florida. His parents brought him over when he was a kid and never told him he was secretly Canadian. And they got him a fake birth certificate when she got, for his passport and everything. He got it. So he had this fake documentation showing he was a citizen when he wasn't a citizen. So he thought he was a citizen. His parents never told him otherwise. Then they found out he wasn't, and they were they were ready to prosecute him for fraudulent voting. That's one of those cases of non-citizens voting fraudulently. So anyway, not everybody that's a non-citizen voting even knows they're a non-citizen while they're voting. What about them apples? Is it okay if Canadians that think they're MAGAs, is it okay if they vote fraudulently? Or is it all just, brown people that you're upset and angry about? Are you more sympathetic if it's a Canadian guy that was lied to by his parents? So anyway, this is not a real problem. There is not a real problem that needs to be solved with non-immigrants or with non-citizens voting. So 21 million Americans. What is the problem with it? people say, what is the problem with it? Well, right now, 21 million Americans lack ready access to a passport or birth certificate. And you're like, how can you not have your passport or birth certificate? My wife lost both my passport and my birth certificate. She lost some stuff. I need to order a birth certificate. Fortunately, I have a real ID, which I think that counts. Like I can vote based on that because I had to show my birth certificate to get it, and I need to order a new birth certificate anyway, which is another story. Sometimes it's you've got like a college student that is away from home. This is one of the things in Texas. This has been an issue in Texas. You have a guy from Dallas that's going to Texas A&M, and his parents have his birth certificate in a safe, with all the important documents back at home. And he wants to register to vote, but he has to like drive all the way there to pick up the birth certificate or have it mailed, and that can take days at a time. So they don't have ready access, like immediate access to that document. And then there are 69 million American married women who don't have they haven't done the legal paperwork to change their last name or to have their they haven't updated their passport with their married name. They have their maiden name on their passport, and that's their proof, or their birth certificate. They don't have their updated name on the documentation. They were born here. They have a legal right to vote. And what percent of women voted for Trump? So we're just going to ask, what percent of married women voted for Harris? And so married women were interesting, more likely to vote for Trump. So that actually hurts them, which actually should, but either way, they have a right to vote. Maybe, I don't know. Wonder if they have more likely to have updated their passports. Anyway, either way, you shouldn't have to update your passport in order to vote. Like, marriage should not be, there shouldn't be a voting tax on getting married. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. The people that don't have IDs are more likely to vote for Democrat than Republicans, along with the 21 million, the college students and stuff. I also wonder about women that got divorced. That would be, I wonder if anybody's thought about that. Anyway, the question should not be whether or not you have documentation to prove your citizenship. The question should be, are you a citizen? Right? You can be a citizen and not have up-to-date documentation. Like, why not say, okay, if you have a driver's license and you have the paperwork and your marriage certificate, why can't that be enough just to prove that you got married and changed your name? Before documentary proof requirement, non-citizen registration was 0.0002% of registered voters, and being a registered voter does not mean you're voting. Like that's one thing that they like to conflate. Apparently, sometimes people register to vote without realizing that's what they're doing. Like, you go to get your driver's license and there's like a little box to check that you want to register to vote, and they accidentally register to vote. After documentary proof of requirement, 31,000 eligible citizens, 12% of applicants prevented from registering. So that's interesting. And let me read that again. let me, after documentary proof. So before documentary proof, non-citizens voting, registering to vote was extremely rare. This is from Kansas case study. State of Kansas, not exactly the most liberal state in the country. Before they did this, only 0.002% of registered voters were non-citizens. After the proof of documentary requirement, 31,000 eligible centers, 12% of all applicants, were prevented from being able to register. The law prevented 15,500 times more citizens from voting than non-citizens that theoretically stopped. And those non-citizens don't necessarily end up into being voters. Just being registered is not the same thing as voting. And both are illegal. It's illegal to vote, to register as a non-citizen, but it's not the same thing as voting as a non-citizen. All right, so let me oh, wow, thank you, Stephanie. That's 2 days in a row. Wow. $2 a day keeps the doctor away. No need to argue with MAGA. They either refuse to believe the truth or have chosen to believe the lies to make their life feel better. Where did you get this PowerPoint? I made this PowerPoint. And the link to it is in the description, and there's references in the thing. To be fair, I'll just pitch Google Slides for you. I just created the content, and then there's this thing called beautify this slide on the PowerPoint thing, and I just go through slide by slide and click the beautify, and it turns like some things AI is good at. I have like people are like, there's the war on AI, but some things what AI is actually pretty effective with. Like that's a neat looking slide, isn't it? But yeah, so I do the content, and then the AI does the thing. It makes it look pretty. But yeah, I'll pitch this too, as long as I'm here. Oops. I am in the process of, thanks to the encouragement of my second favorite cat, the kitty that resists, I'm in the process of building a website right now that will be machinepunkelly.com, and I will have all my slide decks, and I used to do the dashboards, but all that information, all my research will be available on the website so that anybody can go and just double check what I'm saying. And I'll have a thing that you can rebut, like a comment thing where you can send me an email and tell me that I'm right or wrong or whatever. But yeah, that's where I got the PowerPoint. Do you like it? Were you asking because you like it or because you don't like it? I hope you liked it. If you don't vote, your words are meaningless too. Of course I vote. The first election I was eligible to vote for was Michael Dukakis, and I voted for Michael Dukakis. And I have voted in every election, whether it's pretty much every election since then. I think I missed a couple of like elections for like I didn't vote there was like a 2025 city election I didn't vote in because I just totally missed that we were having it. But for the most part, I've voted in almost all elections, not just federal but local. The Republican Party is doing their best to make it more difficult to vote. They are trying to gerrymander every map. But yes, we're going to get into the gerrymandering. That's great. That's a very astute comment. Do you like that twisted around if you don't vote? What is the logic in that? I do vote. So something else is messed up around here, like the public, because you voted in. I don't understand what you're trying to say. I'm at a loss. What is the conflict of interest here? What is the conflict? I vote. Can't run for a third term. Why are people arguing about a system that threw them over 40 years ago? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you sure you want to do that and let these guys email you? Oh, I'll have an email specifically just for, like, it won't be my personal email. I'll have an email set up just for that. It's a good question. Yeah, no. I'll probably get less spam in that than I do in my real email. President Trump, please come save Minnesota. Yeah, you must not be in Minnesota. Donald Trump is not in the chat. What are you talking about? Was anybody confused about that? I don't think there's any confusion. Okay, anyway. Oh, I'm sorry. No wonder. I was like, what is Kitty doing? Like, all of these I thought I was going through the starred ones. The Republican Party is doing their best to make it more difficult to vote. Okay, yeah, there. All right, so let's go back into the Mega Act is like some new weird fangled thing that they're trying to do. That's sort of like even worse than the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act is there's some other stuff, but it's mostly, the SAVE Act is not to get people to vote legally. It's to prevent people from being able to vote at all. And it's just like I was saying with the college students, some of them aren't going, we've had, sorry, while I gather a complete thought here, we have had close elections again and again, right? And especially with the Electoral College, where only certain states matter. And then, election, like the last 3 elections, they're each, there are a handful of states that go one way or the other in a block by like less than 100,000 votes. Like with Michigan and Pennsylvania and Virginia, and now Georgia's become one of these swing states, and we call them swing states and whatnot. But these, there's this block of voters that make the difference, and they make the difference in all of these states. And there's a very slim majority for either way, which is why I think this nonsense about a mandate for Trump, they barely even won the election. He won with a plurality, which, for the people that don't know what words mean, plurality means that you had more votes, but you didn't have a majority of votes. And again, for people that don't know what words mean, majority means more than half. So Donald Trump had the most votes, but he did not have the majority of votes in 2024. That's hardly a mandate. So anyway, you have these extremely slim margins. And so if you can cut out even like 1% of the other side from being able to vote, you don't have to like steal the election. You just have to prevent enough people from voting that it changes the outcome. So that's why it's really important to understand they are not trying to solve a problem. They're not trying to prevent non-citizens from voting, because non-citizens aren't voting. There is no problem to prevent. They are trying to prevent actual citizens from voting. They're trying to create problems for citizens to vote, because those citizens they are trying to prevent from voting are going to vote for the other guys. They're going to vote for the Democrats, statistically. So let's say some of them will vote for Republicans, right? But some of them will vote for Democrats. But let's say you've got this election that's going to be determined by one vote, and you can get rid of 10 votes. And or you can if you make this change, then 7 votes will be for Democrat and 3 votes will be for Republicans. So that's a net swing of 4 votes, right? And you would have lost by 1, but now you win by 3. Or you would have lost by 2, but now you win by 2. Just by swinging that really tiny razor thin margin, by just preventing those 10 people from voting. Now just add a couple of zeros, 3, 4, 5 zeros onto that. And it's the percentages don't change. If you can just prevent a percentage, 1% of people from voting, you can change the outcome of the election if the majority of that 1% was going to vote for the other guy and the elections are less than 1% apart. That's how they're rigging the election. It's not by preventing illegals from voting. It's by preventing citizens from voting. What counts as proof of citizen for this act? Only passports or birth certificates, or the verified ID once you had, like, here. No, I don't know if it'll show up, but these are the. So this is my driver's license, and you see this thing right here. That means it's a verified ID. And you can't get that on your driver's license unless you showed proof of citizenship when you applied for it. So I think those count. But that has to be your current name and address on it. So you have to have, so there's people that have moved, and you think, who is more likely to move? Homeowners or renters? People that rent are more likely to move. Who's more likely to be renters? People who make less money, younger people, people that are minorities. I mean, just statistically. So people that move and haven't changed their address yet, they have to go to DMV and get their driver's license updated in order to vote. So it's just a numbers game. It's just about trying to prevent people that are going to vote against you from voting at all. That's what these acts are, and the MAGA Act is, or the Mega Act. If you vote and you vote in, I didn't vote for Trump. Pure blood, idiot, whatever that means. I think he means that he hasn't been vaccinated. Bananas and rice. I don't know what that. What somebody's like people. I don't know what bananas and rice is supposed to mean. What's so difficult about presenting it? Nothing's difficult about presenting a driver's license when voting. But what if you don't have a driver's license? There's nothing in the Constitution that says you have to have a driver's license to vote. And the problem is that not everybody has a current driver's license. And it's not, and the people that don't are more likely to vote Democrat. What's wrong with not having a driver's license when you vote? It's a false dichotomy. So the Mega Act says there's a photo ID requirement for voting, a federal mandate. So they're trying to make voting laws for the states, which is unconstitutional. Proof of citizenship when registering, same as the SAVE Act. It says all mail ballots must be received by the close of polls on election day, which is, again, blatantly illegal and blatantly unconstitutional. They're setting voting laws nationwide, which the Constitution does not allow. And it prohibits ballot harvesting, which is a thing that they've tried to demonize as being something, that is somehow corrupt. But if you have somebody carry your legally cast ballot to the mailbox, why is that illegal? Why should that be illegal? Bans universal mail-in voting. Again, blatantly unconstitutional. It is telling the states how they can and can't run their elections. So the manufactured narrative. In California, they hold elections. Oh, this is Mike Johnson. Middle name Izza. Mike Izza Johnson. In California, they hold the elections open for weeks after election day. We had 3 House Republican candidates who are ahead on election day. It can look on its face to be fraudulent. Can I prove that? No. So he's like, oh, just because I can't prove it's not true doesn't mean it's not true. And it's like, just because you can't prove it's not true doesn't mean it's true. It's also a blatant misrepresentation of all things real. What it is most of the ballots in California are legally cast mail-in votes. And votes do not get counted in the same order they arrive. Votes can be counted 2 weeks after election day that were sent in a month before election day. They aren't still getting ballots in. These aren't ballots that are being cast after election day like he's implying. These aren't ballots that are just found. It's just takes that long to count that many ballots. These people weren't ahead on election day. It's not like a horse race. They weren't ahead on election day. They had counted more ballots for Republicans than Democrats on election day, but it doesn't equate to that's how many ballots there were on election day. Do you see the difference? The exact same number of ballots, the exact same number of ballots were cast on election day when they were counting and the Republicans were ahead than there were 2 weeks later when the counting was finished and the Democrats were ahead. These weren't additional ballots that were found. They just finished counting the ballots. California doesn't hold elections open. They count ballots for up to 30 days. Mail ballots postmarked by election day are accepted if received within 7 days, standard practice in many states. The blue shift happens because Democrats vote by mail at a higher rates than Republicans. It's voter preference, not fraud. And again, we should be making it easier to vote, not harder. There's no rampant voter fraud. It's a made-up thing to prevent people from voting legally. Okay, so now we're up to, well, do we have any worthwhile comments here? The Constitution gives states broad power to determine the time, place, and manner of holding elections. So this flexibility was built in from the start, and it was built in specifically to prevent what Donald Trump is talking about. This is very much and very emphatically what the founding fathers were afraid of. Let me see something here. Just curious. So here's Alexander Hamilton. They have not made the appointment of the president to depend on any pre-existing bodies of men who might be tampered with beforehand to prostitute their votes, but they have referred it in the first instance to an immediate act of the people of America to be exerted in choice of persons for the temporary and sole purpose of making the appointment. And they have excluded from eligibility to this trust all those who from situation might be suspected too great devotion to the president in office. They specifically set the Constitution up to prevent the president from having a say in who wins, and even from like the Electoral College from having a say in who the Electoral College is. The whole thing was very deliberately set to prevent the president of the United States from being able to manipulate the process, which is exactly what he's trying to do right now. What he's doing is not just technically against the Constitution, it's against the very spirit of the Constitution. It's against the whole point of federalism. We're not talking about just semantics. We're talking about this is why we have a Constitution. 3 new DOJ. So this is the next thing is how they've weaponized these task force, right? The DOJ Weaponization Working Group, which is nonsense. The New Jersey U.S. Attorney's Office Election Integrity Task Force, and the Washington, D.C. Attorney's Office Special Unit Election Accountability. So why am I saying this is a bunch of nonsense and a bunch of just horse poop? One, it targets voters, election officials, perceived political adversaries, and journalists. It's not even trying to pretend to have anything to do with actual protecting the process. But here's the real problem, is the leadership of this so-called task force is Pam Bondi, this Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon, and Kash Patel, who are all prominent election deniers and liars. They were all at the forefront of all of this. They aren't there in spite of the fact that they are anti-democratic fascist clowns. They are there because they are anti-democratic fascist clowns. They aren't there to protect the integrity of the election. They're there to destroy the integrity of the election. The intimidation effect. 59% of election officials fear political interference in their jobs. Like, when you're talking about a lot of these election officials, these are volunteer jobs. These are not people that are there getting paid lots of money. These are people that are just truly civil servants, just serving the American people. They don't deserve to be threatened and intimidated. The Ruby Freeman, is that her name? That they just, all she was doing is counting ballots legally. And she was turned into a villain. And so what happens is when you start attacking people for that, then they either do what you tell them to do or they stop doing it altogether. And then all you have is sycophants and clowns just going along to get along. 46% are concerned about politically motivated investigations. That's not 40% of the population. That's 46% of people that are involved in the election process. If you're afraid of the federal government coming after you for doing your job, if the federal government tells you you need to do your job corruptly, you are more inclined to behave corruptly. 33% of local election officials knew at least one colleague who resigned due to fear for their safety or increased threats. 21% stated they were unlikely to continue serving for the 2026 midterms. So you're losing the integrity of the elections when you start losing the officials that are responsible for keeping the actual election integrity intact. And when you've got these faux so-called protection agencies, you're losing the integrity of the actual election. Why would you create a solution to a problem that has already been solved? Or even create a solution to a problem that never existed? How you doing today, Longbong? It's never existed. Like I said, we went through this. Less than 100 votes by non-citizens in 45 years across all elections, including primaries and whatever. They're like, the whole notion that there is a problem to solve is an invented problem. It's not a real problem. That's like an average of 2 or 3 votes per year across the entire country, across all elections. Okay. How would you know without proof? Maybe they should not worship Satan and they will not turn into a villain. Yeah, I don't think that there's anything about Satan worship here. No, I'm not sure. I don't know what you're talking. You're kind of a weirdo. Are we talking about magic people now? Yeah. Funny rant. Moral zombie floating our biscuits. Absolutely entertaining. Okay, well, that's a lot of nonsense. Are you a pilot? Stephanie, I'm with you, Stephanie. I have no idea what he's talking about. Like, Satan worshipers? What? I'm Gen X, and I want to just like turn in my Gen X card just because of his name. They've created, and I'm proud of being Gen X too, man. We're like the Breakfast Club generation. They've created a solution to a problem. I would say they've created a solution to a fake problem they invented. They might, I mean, like, there just is no problem. The only problem is the problem they created. There's no solution. The only solution is to not create the problem. Why is Trump doing this, you ask? Short for his own election interference? Yeah, so that he's said why he's doing this over and over again. He doesn't want to get impeached again. He keeps saying if the Democrats take back the House, he'll get impeached again. And everybody knows that's true. Nobody denies that it should be. Why do so many people confuse faulty logic based on spurious opinions with submarines fought and shoe polish? I have no idea what that means. And I'm 1983, a Goonie, not a millennial. What is a Goonie? Like somewhere like halfway, but like that's the cusper between the Gen X and the millennials. I'm a bit of a cusper. Usually they talk about the cuspers as being like the ones that were between like Boomer and Gen X. But I was born in 67 and Gen X starts in 65. So like technically there are people that I went to high school with that are boomers that, you know, I pretty much think they're the same age as me, not a generation apart. 80 to 85. That's 85 is when I graduated from high school. You've always been a nerd. You only have friends now. Okay, Goonies. Whatever. Do you smoke pot, Gen X? Because you're coming across like you've got some good stuff. Gronies are good enough, or is that like Satan worship? Anyway, Goonies are good enough. Goonies was a good show, a good movie. If we harnessed all the hot air from the plethora of these posts, we could float a Zeppelin to Mars. Hey, I smoke pot and my texts never look like that. It's just different strain. No weed dulls my hatred. Well, maybe you should start then. All right, so let's go back to I'm like, I want to like get to not just legalization of pot, but how about if we had like a pot mandate? Like if you vote for MAGA, you have to get stoned. I have to get good and properly baked one time just to, calm down and think. All right, Exhibit G. We're up to Exhibit G now. We're done through A, B, C, D, E, F, and now we're up to Exhibit G, mid-decade redistricting. So Bannon made a call. So like when people talk about, when I brought up the ICE, Bannon talking about ICE, sicking ICE on the polling places, you can say, well, Bannon's not the president. But remember, Donald Trump does a lot of what Bannon says. So does the Republican Party. Talked about rigging the map before November. He said, we need a maximalist policy on redistricting now. Whether you're in Indiana, Missouri, South Carolina, Florida, Ohio, Texas, we need a maximalist position right now. Which nowhere have we ever decided that we were going to start redistricting maps in the middle of a decade. It's usually done after the census. So why did we suddenly need to do it? And it has to do with every MAGA knows deep down in their tiny little shattered hearts that redistricting, or that they're going to lose the House in 2026. It's just a fact. And so Texas passed a new redistricting map, which was brazenly racist, but somehow still made it through the Supreme Court, expected to yield 5 additional Republican seats before the 2026 terms. Normally, redistricting happens after the decennial census. This is a mid-decade power grab to lock in advantages before a likely Republican loss. And this is extremely there's not much debate about that. And Republicans may not know it, or most, like, Fox viewers may not know it because, Fox viewers are too busy watching Fox to know things. But it's pretty much a foregone conclusion, especially when you look at what happened with these massive, massive swings in the 2020, in 2025. So I'm just going to ask Grok here, who is projected to win the 2026 House. All right. Just get... Okay, according to the... Okay. There are 18 toss-up seats. Most of the toss-up seats are Republican. Okay, so here we go. Democrats have a roughly 69% chance of winning the House majority as of, today. And I'd say that's kind of low. And I want to bring out something, because I think something that people are missing with this whole gerrymandering thing is there is something called dummy mandering. And dummy mandering is when you try to gerrymander things, but you end up shooting yourself in the proverbial foot. By the way, here's a joke for you, Kitty. I'll see if you like this one. Did you hear that Sherlock Holmes accidentally shot himself? Or why did Sherlock Holmes shoot himself in the toe when he went hunting? The game was afoot. That's a Machine Pun Kelly original right there. Hey, Brett, you got back just in time for my terrible joke. Did you hear it? Why did Sherlock Holmes shoot himself in the foot when he went hunting? Because the game was afoot. Or well, anyway, I said it better the first time. All right, so I distracted myself, which is easier to do. I think ADHD might be contagious. My wife has ADHD, and I think I've been catching it. Yeah, they don't call me Machine Pun Kelly for nothing here. So dummy mandering. Back to dummy mandering. So when you gerrymander a district, you've got like a district that you want to gain, and you've got a district that you have really strong. And so let's say that you've got this 20-point advantage in District A, and District B, you're losing by like 3 points. And so what you want to do is you want to redraw the lines so that you can take some of your advantage in District A and move those residents into District B. So then you maybe lose some of your advantage in District A, but you gain the advantage in District B. But let's say then there's a swing towards the Democrats or the other side after you redistrict it. So then all of a sudden, what might have been a swing from 3 to 13 in your redistricted vote, you still lose the District B that you gerrymandered, but you also lost the seats, the votes in District A. And so District A, you thought, well, it's going to be a little tighter, but I'll still win it. But you lost enough of the swing that you also lost District A. So dummy mandering is when you gerrymander votes to gain a district, but you actually lose both the secured district and the new district you were trying to gain. You carved out too much of A to get B, and then you didn't get either. It's the whole bird in the hand is worth two in the bush type thing. And that's called dummy mandering. And there's a real danger that dummy mandering is what happened in Texas. They could actually lose some of those districts that they gerrymandered to win and lose the districts they gerrymandered away to win. So I would not be surprised if Texas actually lost seats, or the Republicans lost seats in Texas that are currently gain. I would not be surprised at all. Not after there was that 31-point swing in the Houston area with the state senator in Texas. You know, Houston is in Texas. Now, of course, there's some other stuff. That was a special election and limited turnout, and people are going there just to vote for that one guy. But this is also consistent with stuff that happened in Georgia, where, you know, they had these massive swings, and in Virginia and in Tennessee and in New Jersey. There's been consistently across the year 2025 special elections, massive swings like 15, 20, 30 points towards the from the Republicans to the Democrats. There are people that are actually very, very unhappy with what MAGA is doing. There are people in rural districts in Texas that were gerrymandered where their hospitals are going to have to be closed because of, you know, the big, beautiful bill. And they talk about, oh, well, we got these $50 billion that is better. Yeah, but you took away $150 billion. You don't chop off somebody's arm and then give them a Band-Aid for their finger. You know, that's what they did with this $50 billion. People are like, oh, they're just giving them a Band-Aid for a wound. They're giving them a Band-Aid for a cut finger after they chopped off their arm. That once the hospitals are closed, it doesn't matter. And when you cut their Medicaid and the hospitals close, it's not just the Medicaid recipients that don't have a hospital to go to anymore. And when you talk about Texas, one of the biggest agriculture areas is beef. And with Texas beef in particular, they're the ones that are actually suing Trump over tariffs. And they got double slammed. First, they got slammed by the tariffs on things like steel, for fences, and the fertilizer that grows the feed. They're not a direct tax on feed, but they have to buy feed, and then the feed that they buy from, they have to buy fertilizer, and then that fertilizer has a tariff on it. So their price of raising their cattle is already up. Then the price of it's harder for them to slaughter their cattle because undocumented migrants make up so much of the slaughterhouse industry, like 30-40%. So they have like beef just boiling because it can't get slaughtered. Then on top of all that, he's raising their price to raise beef. Then he does this thing where he takes away the tariff on imported actual finished beef. And so they're getting hit both ways. It's more expensive for them to raise it, and then it's cheaper for the imported beef to be sold. So they're getting undercut. So a lot of the Texas beef farmers are unhappy with Trump right now. And so that's why you get like moderate Democrats are having a real chance at winning. And so I'm just saying, be aware of dummy mandering. And California was able to offset the whole Texas thing. I don't know if you heard. The Supreme Court said they're not going to listen to the appeal, or to the appeal to throw out Trump's, or to throw out California's redistrict thing. So California did their redistricting in response to Trump's redistricting. But Trump's redistricting has a real chance of backfiring. So anyway, point is, Democrats are going to win the House, and Republicans know it. And one of the things they're trying to do in this whole thing to offset this is to gerrymander, and it's not working out. Whew, that was quite a mouthful, Kelly. All right. So this is a coordinated pattern. All of this stuff together. The Georgia ballot seizure, the fake investigations, with the task force that aren't really doing anything, except, promoting this nonsense that 2020 was stolen. They're creating this legal framework to make it harder for Democrats to vote. They're trying to suppress turnout by threatening ICE agents come and descend on people that are voting. And again, they are not sending ICE agents who to monitor the ballot in Ames, Iowa. They're not looking for illegal voters in Ames. They're looking for them in Philadelphia. And they don't exist at all. But you're going to have people that are just don't want to risk their lives by going to vote. They're manufacturing justification with these bogus fraud claims. They're trying to get voter ID. I do not know why they feel like they need my voter data. Why? There's nothing at all constitutional about that. And I know I haven't even looked at the comments yet because I just know they're going to be frustratingly what's wrong with showing your driver's license when you vote? As though that's what the issue is. And as though I haven't already answered the question. So all of this is just to prevent Democrats from voting. That's how they're trying to steal the election. Not by getting voter frauds or anything, but just by suppressing votes, by making it harder for the other side to vote against them. That's it. Nobody said the plan had to be complicated. Ah, shoot, trying to. Okay, here we go. I have big regrets on 2020. Donald Trump. I have big regrets on 2020. I should have gone in and gotten the machines, which would have been illegal. I should have gotten everything and I didn't. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. The people, he said that in January. What they did, not one person has ever brought to light one illegal thing that they did wrong. What should they be prosecuted for? But Donald Trump can just sit there and bloviate things out of his poop-filled diapers, and MAGA will run with it. And there's nobody that broke any laws in Georgia. There's no illegal, no real number. You know, like somebody's probably going to send me one vote from, you know, like 2018 or somebody tried to send me something that I thought was incredibly ironic. Proof that there was one illegal vote in Georgia in the 2024 election, the one that Trump won. And that's supposed to prove to me that Trump had the 2020 election stolen from him? He's telling us exactly what he wants to do. In 2020, he tried to seize the voting machines and failed. Now he's building the legal and operational infrastructure to succeed in 2026. I don't know if he win, if the Republicans hold the House somehow through all this chicanery, I don't know he leaves in 2028 or in 2029, I should say. But isn't this fear mongering? You know, that's what they say. They say, oh, we're just fear mongering. We're just, you know, we'll say anything and blah, blah, blah. As though Donald Trump saying isn't fear mongering, you know. Democrat politicians fear mongering to support political points. That's what the White House actually said. It's not just me saying they're saying that. The evidence says otherwise. Every action documented here is public and confirmed. And again, this is in the YouTube's. The link to this deck is in the document section. And you can go and everything is sourced in the speaker's notes. Courts have already blocked parts of Trump's election EO as illegal because they're illegal. Federal judges have rejected a DOJ voter roll demands because they're illegal. Like, why is it that everything that you do or that Trump does that is illegal, you're okay with? But then when it comes to, when it comes to stuff you do agree with, or you don't agree with, then it's just everything is illegal, even if it's not illegal. You're only worried about what's illegal when Trump says it's illegal, not if it is illegal. Legal, even Republican leaders are opposing federalizing elections. Both Mike Johnson and Toom have said so. Legal experts call these actions unprecedented and dangerous. So, as I said at the beginning, if you were here, there's a prosecutorial standard. I'm presenting this as a prosecutor to you. I have shown you the evidence. There is a pattern of conduct. There are 7 simultaneous actions with all converging on November 2026. There's a pattern of conduct. There's a motive. Historical polling shows Republicans are likely to lose the House majority. There's an opportunity because right now they control the DOJ, the FBI, the DHA, and they have compliant prosecutors. They can do it. So, right, that's what, if you ever watch a crime show, right, those are the things. Means, motive, and opportunity. Well, they've got all three. And they have the stated intent. Trump's own words about seizing machines and prosecuting officials. Trump himself has said again and again, if the Democrats win, he's going to be impeached. And he probably will because he deserves to be impeached again. He keeps breaking laws. When someone tells you they regret not seizing voting machines, then builds the infrastructure to do exactly that, believe them. I'm not telling you that Trump is going to do this. Trump is telling you he's going to do this. When federal agents raid election offices, demand voter rolls, threaten ICE appointments, pass voter suppression bills, create partisan task force, and rig congressional maps, all simultaneously, it's not a coincidence. Again, I am not scaring you off with this. I'm not just saying these things as some sort of conspiratorial nonsense. These are things that Trump is saying and doing. These are the things that his closest advisors are saying. Those he's actually had a history of listening to. He has people that were co-conspirators with him in 2020 in charge of integrity. So the question isn't, are Democrats being paranoid? The question is, what are we going to do about it? It's that simple. So that's the end of the day. So we got a bombshell. Wow. So this is from the Krasensteins. I don't know how to pronounce their name. Those short twins. For years, okay, I know some people like just reflexively deny everything that they say without considering that it could be true. They just don't want it to be. But anyways, let's look at this. For years, Donald Trump has insisted that he cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein, claiming he kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago before Epstein's crimes became public in 2009. The implication has always been clear. Whatever Epstein became, Trump wanted no part of it. That's what they're always saying. As though he hung around with this sex predator for 15 years without knowing he was a sex predator. Everybody, like the Republicans, want to look at, oh, well, this person had contact with Epstein even after he was convicted of his crimes. And it's like, okay, Donald Trump hung around with him while he was committing his crimes. And he was not just hanging out with him. He was hanging out with him at sex parties while he was committing these crimes, which is a bit more, to me, suspect. But newly surfaced material from Epstein files complicates that narrative in a way that's hard to ignore. So we've got, I'm going to just so this was emailed Monday, December 26th at 2016 at 1:28 a.m. from Jeffrey Epstein to Boris Nikolic, fourth and Palm with all the Trump boys. So apparently in 2016, he was hanging out with Trump's sons. At least he told somebody that. This wasn't a casual comment to a journalist or a boast to an acquaintance. It was a private communication to the man Epstein trusted with his estate. That distinction matters. The timing is the problem. Photograph seen as above as well places Trump at Mar-a-Lago on January 1st, 2017, just days before Epstein referenced the planned meetup. Trump would be sworn in as president of the United States only 16 days later on January 20th. So if Trump had truly severed ties with Epstein years earlier, why was Epstein describing social plans involving Trump, his family, and or ignoring inner circle during the exact window? Okay, so to be fair, it just mentions Trump's sons. And also, to be fair, I've noticed that Donald Trump likes to use his sons as a buffer to where like they can do the stuff that he doesn't want to do, but he wants, he wants a representative. Like who did he send to have the illegal meeting with the Russians about Hillary Clinton's emails that they've kind of just decided doesn't matter? In 2016, it appears as though Jeffrey Epstein and Deepak Chopra were going to dinner with Donald Trump just 2 months before the 2026 election, but something came up that led it to being canceled. So this is from Jeffrey Epstein to Deepak Chopra. No dinner Sunday, Trump's people canceled. Why this matters: if Trump's version was airtight, Epstein would have had every reason to know he was unwelcome, especially that close to inauguration. Instead, Epstein spoke as if access to Trump's orbit was still very much alive. That doesn't automatically mean Trump himself met with Epstein, but it directly undermines the long-standing claim that Epstein was fully and permanently cut off from Trump's world. The dates line, the locations line, and the statement comes from Epstein to his own executor, not from speculation or hearsay. So that's interesting. I mean, it's another one of those things that's in the realm of interesting, but not proof of anything. But still, it is interesting. It is interesting. All right, so let's we can. All right, what do we got here? Okay. Who the hell is Billie Eilish? Isn't she a singer? Are you thinking of Billie English? Is Billie Irish the maybe Billie Irish is like the Irish version of Billie English. Like there's one from England and one from Ireland. Whereas Jason Statham is the beekeeper. The hot pop sensation for Ireland. He flew on a plane 28 times. He's guilty. Yeah. I've said this before, that the whole being on the plane does not mean you're guilty. People flew on the plane that never did anything wrong. Not being on the plane does not mean you're not guilty. Most of the stuff that happened, most of the illicit stuff that happened in his homes in Palm Beach and in New York. So you never had to step foot on the island or the plane, and you can still be plenty of corrupt. And Donald Trump was a regular visitor at Epstein's home before they had their falling out, whatever that was all about. I mean, I think there was some kind of falling out, but not before there was a 15-year relationship while Epstein's was at the peak of his sex trafficking stuff. So I don't think that Like I did this whole idea that Donald Trump one day found out about the whole thing and got really upset. There was even this one's actually validated that there was a girl in like 2001 that worked at Mar-a-Lago that was sent to Trump's house or to Epstein's house to give him a massage, and then he tried to go pedo on her, and so she came back all disturbed, and they continued sending people to his house years later. According to Trump, the falling out happened in like 2006 or 2007 or something, maybe 2005. But this happened in 2001, and he knew about it. So even according to, like what we know, he had awareness that Epstein was a creep, and he kept hanging out with him for like at least another 5 years. So I doubt that was the first time he knew that Epstein was a creep either. Not when he's sending him this birthday card with his drawing of the naked girl on it. Yeah, I don't know how much everybody knew about it, though. I don't think it's fair to assume that like Barack Obama knew what was going on. Like he didn't. Why would he? No, dude, you can kind of go back and watch the whole thing. There was a whole slideshow and everything. But you came in, and now the whole conversation has to start over because you came in. There is also an email, I believe, between him and Peggy that they should fake emails. Between who and who is Peggy? And between who and Peggy? I think that this goes back to what I was saying about there's something about this whole like mammon worship thing that to me makes the whole like I don't think we talk enough about this aspect of it. Like we talk about like the MAGA Christian and talk about, well, Jesus said that you should feed your neighbor and stuff, and all of that's true, but there's also there is at its core, I spent 15 years as a Christian minister. I'm not like just casually referencing the Bible. At its core, capitalism is the worship of mammon. And the Bible says, Jesus said, you cannot worship God and mammon both. I mean, of course, if you really want to break it down, he was saying the idea of being a Christian capitalist is impossible because you can't worship both. So you can't worship mammon and be a Christian. You can't worship mammon and worship God. Those two things are mutually exclusive. Capitalism is just another way of saying worship mammon. That's saying that this is the driving factor of all humanity. Capitalism is the opposite of Christianity. But we never talk about that part of it. It is a fact. I don't know what's a fact, but I like your profile picture. Like when fish fly. Trump ain't guilty, but Clinton is. Don used the phone to commute to work. Used the plane. Okay, well, that's very made up of you. And technically, Clinton used the as far as I know, Clinton only used the plane to like do charitable work. And I don't care what Don used it for, because Don lived less than a mile away from where the pedophilia was happening, and Epstein was recruiting women from Mar-a-Lago. These are indisputable facts. If you were to ask, actually, you know what? We can do this now. We will go back to this one so I can get my my living emoji facial expressions back on here. But Kitty will tell you that she has big issues with both Clinton and Trump. Like, neither one is like off the hook as far as she's concerned. And she's read a lot more than I have on it. People don't realize that Epstein's house, and I've said this so many times that I'm almost just sick of saying it. Anybody that raped kids, anybody that helped rape kids belongs in prison. That's it. Like, I don't care who did it. People don't realize that Epstein, but you know what? I do want to, just while I've seen fake stuff that people have generated, and I think that people need to validate things before they share them. I don't care if you want to believe, no matter how badly you want to believe Trump did it, no matter how badly you want to believe Clinton did it, or, you know, P. Diddy or whoever. Anybody that's, you know, anytime you like, verify it is actually in the Epstein files before you share it. Because what happens is every fake thing that gets shared becomes a reason to not believe the real things that are shared. And every time that people discount the real things that are shared, the victims aren't getting justice. And the victims deserve justice. That's it. That plain, that simple. Don't contribute to them getting away with it by sharing fake stuff. Do your due diligence. Check the actual files. If you don't know where they are, EpsteinWiki.com will tell you, will help you how to get there. And my good buddy Kitty right there is the one who had built that website and done the hard work to do it. So go ahead and use it. Hang on a second. Oh, we got another one. Okay, thank you. Did you share this before or after the thing you sent me in the private message? Or are we just are we that much on the same page? So let me share this now, since this is so good. So this is how to spot fake Epstein posts and real evidence drops. Epstein content is flooding social media right now, and a growing share of it is fake, recycled, mislabeled, or deliberately misleading. Screenshots are being passed off as new drops. Old documents are being framed as breaking news, and fabricated captions are being attached to real evidence numbers. This confusion helps the powerful and buries accountability for the exact same reasons that I was just talking about. It's like, it's the Jussie Smollett thing. The thing about Jussie Smollett, how, you know, he had this thing where he fabricated an attack, right? Now, every time a black person is a victim of violence, the MAGAs just go on and they just talk about Jussie Smollett. No black, Emmett Smith never happened because Jussie Smollett. Did I say Emmett Smith? Emmett Till never happened. Emmett Smith happened. He happened to 3 Super Bowl wins. Emmett Till did happen too, but to them, Emmett Till didn't happen because Jussie Smollett happened. By the way, I'm going to anger some people with this non sequitur here. I give me Emmett Smith over Barry Sanders. Emmett Smith won football games. Barry Sanders made spectacular plays. But that's a whole different diatribe. The Resistance Survival Guide teaches you how to differentiate fake Epstein posts from real evidence by checking evidence numbers, confirming live source links, and cross-referencing claims using Epstein Wiki, one of the strongest. I disagree with this. You need to take out the one of. Epstein Wiki, the strongest public verification tool available. So anyway, I am going to drop this link into the chat here, and so that people can know how to do that. This should go to chats across all the different viewers on all the different channels. I do, by the way, I this goes to Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch, and Substack most of the time, but I messed up the Substack this time. But anyway, thank you for that post. It's amazing that we both thought of that at the same time. Mammon is basically the devil, right? That's how, biblically, that's how the Bible gets to you, or the devil gets to you. Oh yeah, mammon is like the biblical for money, so to speak. Yeah, the worship of money. That's what it is. The worship of mammon is the worship of money. How is capitalism different from worshiping money? It's literally saying the same thing, right? Like that profit is the motive for everything. What is profit? Money. We never talk about that. What do you think? Does that make sense to you, Kitty? Like, I mean, you don't have to be a Christian to understand that. But like, just theologically speaking, they are opposites, Christianity and capitalism. And that's only if you believe what Jesus says, which last I heard was pretty important for Christians. Okay. What's something you don't know? Did you know that durum is the wheat they make pasta with? I don't know what you don't know. I know a lot of useless things. Okay, I'll tell you, Fox News has all the answers you want. I believe Tiffany Doe and Kate Johnson, poor girls. The whole Kate Johnson thing, she got dismissed by the mainstream media like back in 2000, like before everybody knew who Jeffrey Epstein was. It was like, well, everybody knew, like if she, this is, and it's like they bought her off or something like that. She ended up withdrawing her lawsuit. It's not like she ever withdrew her claim, I think. Am I right on this, Kitty? That she never changed her story or anything. She just withdrew her lawsuit, when you don't know how much money she got paid to do that. Okay, so completely hypocritical. What if Trump wasn't involved? I don't know what the hypocrisy is. I am saying everybody who was guilty, and I've never made this about Trump. And if anything, like Kitty probably thinks I've gone too far out of the way to not make it about Trump. Like I do not make it about Trump. I am like 100%. Anybody that raped children or helped rape children belongs in prison. That's it. I don't care who did it. And but here's a question that I honestly have this question. And maybe you can tell me what you think. After the law, the settlement, the not settlement, the plea deal with Florida that was just way too soft. The victims of Epstein were not happy with that. And so they were trying to appeal that, like, try to get that plea deal thrown out. Because, like, I think one thing, they didn't even get a say in it. They were never even approached and, like, what do you think? Like, normally when there's a plea deal like this, they go to the victim and say, are you okay with this? They never were even told about it. And so they were trying to appeal this plea deal. And they had a lawyer that went around and talked to, like, people that were connected to Epstein to see if they had anything to say. And this happened in like 2009, where he was going around. It was like kind of between The Apprentice and the election. This was like while Trump was yelling about birtherism and stuff. And the only person he said that he could find that was actually willing to help was Trump. So he actually, in 2012 or something, there was this article. And so this was, if something Trump supporters use to prove Trump's innocence. That why would this lawyer say that he was helping if he was, involved in stuff? But here's my question for you. How could he have helped if he didn't know anything? Right? So doesn't that, to you, like to me, that proves Trump knew something? How could he help the lawyer if he didn't know anything? If the lawyer said he helped, he must know something. So what did he know? If he could tell the lawyer what he knew, why can't he tell us what he knew? What did he know? And when did he know it? Those are fair questions. Don't you want the answer to that? Clearly he knew something, and he is not telling us. I'm not saying that he was guilty of anything, but the lawyer said he knew things that were helpful. There's enough circumstantial evidence already to convict him a millionth time over. If it was a regular Joe or Jane's six-pack on the stack straight, we would be buried under the prison, not just behind bars. Yeah, I mean, this is indisputable. He took the invasion plans of Iran and showed them to a person who was writing a book about him. Like that is an indisputable fact. We know this because we have a recording of it. And we know that they thought it would be a legal problem because his lawyer was there and said this is going to be a problem. Like, this is indisputable. Anybody else that had the invasion plans of Iran in their house and was showing them to reporters would be in prison. If somebody in his administration showed invasion plans to a reporter right now, they would be in prison. He would prosecute them for doing what he did. That's how we know it is prosecutable. He is prosecuting people for leaking things far less than that. $3,000 plus times mentioned he was involved. I believe the victims. 1,000, maybe, it's just a little bit suspect. And we were looking at this the other day. Some of these things corroborate each other. Like you can say, well, they're just because, this is something that that Kitty kind of corrected me on, because I was like, this is the VAERS report. In a lot of ways, I think it is that people that mostly what this is just people making calls and making reports. And so like somebody, well, you know, I got this vaccine injury and I got vaccinated and then the next day I stubbed my toe on the coffee table. So the vaccine made me injure myself. And you know, oh, that's a vaccine injury. And that's why, you know, like with the VAERS report, you have to actually vet everything and figure out what is real and what is not, and what is just a report. And so I think that is probable that some of these reports were just political vindication. But as Kitty pointed out to me, which I think is a very good point, even if 1% of them are true, what is 1% of 5,000? That's like 500? No, 50. So if there are 50 different true things in there about Trump, that's a hell of a lot of true things. And that's if it's only 1%. And it's not just that, it's that some of these things, like if one of the ways they look at the VAERS report is they look for patterns. And if the same thing is being reported by several people, they say, this is something we need to look at. Like if there were 10,000 VAERS reports of people that are stubbing their toes on the coffee table the next day, then it's like, wait, it doesn't make any sense. Why would this happen? And then you find out that it causes some sort of imbalance, and that's why people are stubbing their toes. Sorry if that's a weird analogy, just first thing that floats through my mind. Like there may be a pattern in there, and you find that pattern by reviewing it, by reviewing the data. And this is where I think there's something that has to be asked beyond Trump and Biden or whatever, or Clinton. Why weren't they reviewing these things for patterns? Because there are sometimes where one report corroborates another report. You know, like this whole thing about, I think it was birthday girls, was it? Calendar girl? Where there were like different reports of abuse happening at the same party. And then the reports were consistent. They had it was like, I think it was called Calendar Girl Party or something, where there were different people that were calling and making reports about the same party, not political party, but you know, like birthday party. And so it's like, well, okay, you've got 7 girls, you know, I don't know how many it was, but you have different people saying the same thing happened at the same party, completely independent of one another. Maybe we should look into whether this party really happened or not. So I don't think all 3,000 things are necessarily true, but I think that some of them have to be. Or at least you can't presume that all things are true. I mean, I believe all women until they're proven to lie, because sometimes women do lie. But I think you have to look at it. And why aren't they looking at it? Is it 38,000? I heard it was like 5,000. If it's 38,000, that's even more. He's already been found guilty of SA. Yes, he has. Sexual assault. Well, he's technically been found with, what is it? Guilty. They get all mad if you use the word guilty. So it's, not the word. What is it? It's liable. He has been found liable for sexual assault, not guilty, because it's a civil case, not a criminal case. And it, you know, yeah, she's communicating by facial expression. I hate spell check. Man, it's the only kind of check you can't cash. If every time if I could cash spell checks, I'd use it all the time. Prove what? See, they got to get the pun in every now and then. People don't get tired of talking about Trump and ICE. I am sick to death of talking about Trump and ICE in all reality. But Trump and ICE are still destroying my country. I would love to stop talking about Trump and ICE. This man doesn't even have a wife. Well, my wife of 28 years would be shocked to find that out. Stephanie Trump was never. Oh, Stephanie Trump was never found guilty of. Well, he was found liable. Betting is good. I think betting is very important in many situations. Yes, different people. So if different people make this, like if you say, like, let's say 7 different people come to you and say, if one person comes to you and says, you know, the bank was robbed today, and you're like, I didn't see anything about it on the news, I don't believe you. And then another person tells you the bank was robbed today and they were in the bank. And then a third person says they were in the bank when the bank was robbed. At a certain point, you start saying, maybe the bank was robbed and the news just hasn't picked up on it yet. Like, enough, when there's a pattern, you have to look into it. I used to be a man trapped in one body. Then I was born. Okay. I guess it's not a show until somebody makes a stupid comment about trans people. It's like every episode. That's like the free space on the bingo card. James O'Keefe just got an FBI official who does investigations, saying no one will be held accountable for the Minnesota fraud exposed. I call him James O'Keefe. He is such a queef. Now my life is pretty clear. I think it wasn't reviewed because everyone was involved in some sort of way. I don't think it's necessarily true, because I just, you know, I don't think that every single president sits there and reviews every single FBI case. You know, I think it's a matter of what goes up to them, not what, you know. Do you think that the president of the United States sits there and personally reviews every case that goes through the FBI? Like, where you know, like, I don't even think that until 2004 any president knew who Jeffrey Epstein was, other than the future president Donald Trump. I mean, maybe they knew him. Well, I mean, like, necessarily knew what he was doing. I don't know if Bill Clinton ever even knew there was an investigation into him. I guess we'll find out soon. They'll probably ask him about that. I don't know why they're making Bill Clinton the target of this inquiry. I love the way you guys are like getting into the semantics over the fact that he was only charged. Like, I just want you to think about this. Okay, he was not charged with sexual assault. He was not found guilty of sexual assault, but he was sued for it in a civil case, and he lost that civil suit. That means that a jury found beyond a preponderance of the evidence that he had sexually assaulted a woman by doing exactly the thing that he said he does. So you're like, okay, that he was only like this. Oh, he wasn't convicted of sexual assault. He was only found liable for it. Like, oh, that makes it okay. That's Kitty. Donald Trump's up all night like a vampire. No, that's Stephen Miller. Vampires don't tweet all night. Donald Trump's up all night like a junior high girl. He was found liable of sexual abuse. That's right. There you go, Stephanie. And the judge said, yeah. Well, yeah. Somebody, I think it was George Stephanopoulos, said he was found liable for rape. And so then MAGA all wigged out and said that, oh, you can't say it was rape, it was just sexual assault, which again is just like, you're really like, this is the hill you want to die on. It's okay that he only sexually assaulted a woman, but there's the judges. Okay, so in New York City, they define rape. Like there's a legal definition of rape, which in New York City, it has to be your actual genitalia, your actual penis has to penetrate the vagina. I hope that doesn't get me, not trying to just like legally, that's the difference. So, hey, Kitty, can you get me a glass of water while you're up? Then in other states, and according to like regular, just common speak, rape can include other objects. You can rape somebody with, like people have been charged for raping women with a baseball bat, for instance, or something like that. You can penetrate with other objects, and including your fingers. And just according to vernacular, that happens also. So according to the New York legal definition of rape, he did not rape her. But according to the meaning of the actual word rape and the way that it's commonly used, yes, he did. And so that's what the judge said, that you can't hold George Stephanopoulos to the actual legal meaning of the New York statute. Is this how you want to spend your twilight years? No. Fortunately, there's only 3 years left. Hopefully. Maybe not. Maybe it'll be less. Because the legal case requires facts and proof. That's not true. Civil cases require facts and proof. I've been a jury on a civil case, and we had to have facts and proof. They presented us facts and proof. It's not about opinion. Somebody didn't just give me their opinion. The only difference is the standard of proof is it's a preponderance of the evidence, which means like you are inclined to believe it's true versus beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, E. Jean Carroll. Ober, Gruppenführer, Nastafaro. I can never say his name, Nostrafu. Something, is that like, what does that mean? Kitty knows German. Actually, your first language is German, right?
Oh, Obergruppenführer? That's
Yeah.
that's like the general leader in the SS. It's a high-ranking SS officer.
Because I was thinking it also fits Trump, like he's the groping Führer. He is the father of all gropers. You need to get some help and just remember Trump will keep winning and winning and winning. Okay. Except Trump hasn't really been winning, has he? You fit the liberal archetype to a T. You mean smarter than you? And women don't have to worry about putting their hands over the drinks when I walk into a bar? Thank you. There's a MAGA guy Live RN getting destroyed. There's a MAGA guy live right now getting destroyed. Oh. I don't know what that means. Like on this, you mean here or just in general? I imagine anytime there's a MAGA guy, especially involved in any kind of argument, there is a MAGA guy getting destroyed. They just won't realize it. Stephanopoulos did not pay out millions for slander. The network ABC paid out millions in a lawsuit because they were being leveraged in their in a merger. So they did that when they shouldn't have done, and they also admitted no fault in doing it. That was Donald Trump extorting money from a news network. That's what it was. That's not something to be proud of. So civil cases have a lower standard of evidence. No, civil cases don't have a lower standard of evidence. Civil cases have a lower standard for finding the standard of I don't know, when you say the standard of evidence doesn't change. Like, you still have to have like objective, like, I don't know what you mean by standard of evidence. Like, it still has to be true. You can't present fake things as evidence. Like, evidence has to be true. Then it's not like people are allowed to take the witness stand and lie. It's just that the standard of the jury instruction changes. It's a preponderance of the evidence. It's not the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So if you can say, like, well, it's possible, that this isn't true, but it's more than likely true, then you can still find somebody liable. The difference is only in the jury instruction, not in the presentation of evidence. Is it common? It is common for people's narcissistic personality disorder to have very disrupted sleep and sleep a few hours at night on a regular basis. Well, he makes up for it in the day, like during cabinet meetings and jury trials and stuff. There were over 25 reports of sexual. Yeah, it's not like this is just one person said one thing one time. And there's a lot of things that, like, anyway, if I went through the history of accusations against Trump and get my live stream reported again. I actually got live stream. They denied my appeal, Kitty. I was so sick. It's like I didn't do anything wrong. Why do I know so much about what stuff? Just I read. And because, you know why? And part of the reason? Because people ask me questions and I care enough to find out the real answers. Why does that make me sick? Why don't you? Like, honestly, why don't you even have a basic curiosity about these things? Why don't you learn about it? Why do you just repeat things without learning about it? Also, why do you think that flappy, gummy looking thing there is a arm that's going to impress anybody? It looks like, I go to the store and I buy these 10-pound bags of chicken leg quarters. That's what it looks like. It looks like a chicken leg quarter, like with the drumstick and the thigh kind of all mashed together. And yeah, that's what your little muscle pick looks like. It looks like a chicken thigh and a chicken leg. Uber group. We- the father of Uber Groper Fuhrer. That's what he is now. The ultimate groper daddy. Uber Groper Fuhrer. Somebody thinks I proved them right, but I think I don't know where that. I am asexual, so I will just keep an eye on it. Thanks. Was a statute of yes, I think so. Well, but that's not really the point, is it? Like, the point is he was found liable of sex abuse, and you're okay with that, or at least some people were. Yeah, I mean, it's like, to make, like, why do we need to, like, soft sell this? Like, he, in all likelihood, and according to a jury, sexually assaulted a woman. Like a jury of his peers, a jury of people that actually sat down in a jury and listened to the evidence day after day. And unanimously, if one person had said, no, I don't believe that's true, he wouldn't have been found guilty or found liable. So an entire jury, 12 out of 12. Sir, I am a conservative, but would like to ask some questions. Honest, non-adversarial questions. I mean, go ahead. I'm happy to answer questions that are, and I'm happy to learn from you. If you correct me on something, I'm more than happy to be corrected. Night of the Weird, you are a troubled person not to understand with the mountains and mountains of actual reports and Trump's own. Yeah, there is like literal, actual evidence that is just undeniable about January 6th and stealing the documents. Those aren't opinions. The majority of Americans did not vote for the policies Trump is enforcing. A plurality voted for Trump, not a majority. Actually, more people voted against the policies that Trump is enforcing than voted for them. That's number one. Number two, did you just sit tacitly by and say Biden won the election, therefore everything that he does is okay? Did we like become a president gets to do whatever they want country, including just decide that the Constitution doesn't apply to them? The irony is incredible that the same people that whined incessantly about Joe Biden for 4 years never even could accept that he won the election and still tell lies about it, are now like, if Trump won by a plurality and therefore he gets to be king of the world. No, the network paid millions because there was a merger coming up, and if they didn't pay that settlement, then he was going to have it denied. Do you really not know this? Do they not even cover that at all on Fox News? Look it up. It was and there was no admission of wrongdoing in it. They paid $10 million to save money. Not because it never would have made it anywhere in court. He had no chance of winning at all. Ask any lawyer. There was no way he could have won that. Partly and mostly because Stephanopoulos said something true. And the first thing you have to prove in liable cases is that what was said wasn't true. Truth is the ultimate defense in a liable case. He has been waiting because he expects exports money and is quid pro quo for his own personal gain. Okay. I'm doing very well, thank you. I wanted to know if anyone can, on either side of the political aisle, thinks that we can come together as Americans again. Obviously, the real power holders hate us. I believe we have to come together and stop fighting to deal with the bigger threats, i.e. Epstein files and its contents. We can argue. And, Pamela, I will say that I am 100% in agreement with you. And I brought this, I think of right now, like one of the biggest things one of the biggest issues in the country that everyone agrees on is immigration and immigration reform. I think that you would not be able to sit 3 people in the room without at least 2 of them agreeing we really need immigration reform. And I think probably 9 out of 10 or whatever. I don't know, what percentage. And we've had a situation where we haven't had major immigration reform in 40 years because no Congress seems to want to pass it when the other party is president. Because if the other party is president when it gets passed, then that's good for that president. We had an immigration reform under we had an agreement for immigration reform under Biden that Trump nerfed. There was immigration reform under Bush that got spiked. There was immigration reform under Obama that got spiked. We keep getting immigration reform, at least, wanting to talk about it. We keep getting deals but nobody will pass one. Everybody knows we need it, but nobody wants to do it. Not because they'd want to take the blame for it, but because they don't want the other side to get credit for it. That's how bad we are. I mean, like that I think speaks to the heart of what you're saying. We are so divided that we can't even do something that everybody wants done, because if somebody does the thing that everybody wants done, then they get credit for doing it. That's how insane it is. So I agree. Like, I think that I would much rather be spending this time talking about immigration reform and having a real honest conversation about immigration reform and what it means. And I talk about this almost like every single day, what we need with immigration reform is not just, deporting the illegals. We need to have change the immigration laws for everybody involved, from the migrants to the small business owners, to the small farmers, to the American people that are going to end up having to pay more money for groceries and more money for houses because of mass deportations, not because of illegal immigrants being here, but because of illegal immigrants being deported from here. We need to have immigration reform, comprehensive, real immigration reform that changes our immigration laws so that people can come over here legally and do jobs that they are willing to do that we are not. And while doing so, to still protect American workers from losing money and having their wages go down, and protect the immigrants so that they, when they're doing their jobs, are not being exploited and paid so-called slave wages. Like, we need it for all of those reasons. We need it because small farmers, for instance, are going under. We've lost 40% of our small farmers since 1985. And we're going to lose another 50% of the ones that are left by 2030 at the rate things are going. All the small farms are getting bought up by corporate farms because there's just not a way to pay small, to pay labor, period. There's not enough labor. So we need the immigrants that are doing that job to be able to continue doing it. But we need to protect the American workers, and we need to protect them, and we need to protect the farmers. We need to protect everybody. There is no reason we should not be able to find a way to do immigration reform. And yet we Never do, because as soon as we get it, somebody gets credit for it. And if somebody gets credit for it, that's bad for the other side, because that's what we have become, a nation that doesn't want to do things, because if we do something positive, that just looks for the better for the other side. I say we should do things that are better for the country and not worry about the partisan politics of it. When we can't do good things because people will get credit for doing good things, that's a bad thing. Anyway, that is my response to your question. I 100% wholeheartedly agree with you. And I think that we just need people on both sides of the aisle and in the middle of the aisle, and people that are just disgusted by the whole thing, to come together and actually start talking about solutions to real problems, instead of ways to invent problems or, fake things like voter fraud, and actually talk about real things. I hate this timeline in our country. I'm so disgusted by the constant discord caused by Trump's deceitful lies. I have said this so many times on Twitter. I feel like we're in a time war and the bad guys won. Like every single, this stuff about, why are you guys always talking about Trump? And it's because every day Trump does like 5 or 6 more evil things. It's hard to not talk about it. It's like 1930s Germany. It's, Germans saying, oh, why do you guys, Hitler lives rent free in your head. Have to come together. How do you say rent free in German, Patsy? Have to come together and stop fighting to deal with the bigger threats, i.e. Epstein files. And it's, oh yeah, okay. I would love it if Congress could sit down in the same room and talk to each other. I would love it if on the debate floor they actually debated instead of just beg for sound bites. They don't even listen. You watch, they're like sitting there talking to each other while the other person's talking. Debate is not even about debate in Congress. What's the point of debate if nobody debates? How can you debate if you don't listen? It's not even about having honest discussions, honest discourse in Congress while they're passing the laws. It's so set. Like, that's the politics that disgusts me. We need to start electing people that are going there to work with not the other party, but to work with the other congressmen and the other senators to actually do things. Sometimes I just wish we didn't have parties at all anymore. Yes, you had somebody that had ideas instead of a D or an R in front of their name. Sorry. This is like literally why I am doing what I do. I spend 12 hours a day researching these things and looking at them, and I'm just so tired of it. I'm so tired of Trump. I'm so tired of the nonsense, and I just wish we could have real conversations. Somebody asked, why do you know so much about this stuff? Because I take the time to learn about it. That's why. They support Trump because they see themselves in him and want to be PDFs. And I don't think we should just start saying everybody's a PDF. I think that, there's some people that genuinely, like they've been boogeyman. They believe the boogeyman is real. I think there are some people that just, I've brought this up before too, that, you look at the NBC lineup, primetime lineup with these Chicago fire shows or whatever, and the CBS sitcoms, and, just the shows that are in primetime on the broadcast networks, and they're just terrible. They're terrible. The one guy that has all those shows, like the show about Wyoming and the I can't think of any of the names of those shows. What's his name? Taylor something or other. And like Landman is one of the shows he does. So you get, like those shows, like you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, and then you got like the shallow nighttime soap opera drama shows. And you got like the really, really bad sitcoms with laugh tracks still. Like laugh tracks went out like 75 years ago, but they still have to have laugh tracks because they're so dumb they need to tell you when to laugh. Like, oh, that was a joke. And those are the shows that you see on broadcast networks. Just really bad brain dead shows. And it's like, there's a reason for that. It's because people have lives, they have jobs. And so they have families, and they have to get up and they have to take care of their kids, and then, make breakfast and make sure their kids have their homework and their bags and everything. And they have to, take them to school and deal with traffic, and then they have to go to work and deal with some jerk that's a boss and work all day long, and then they have to come home and maybe they have to take the kids to soccer practice or basketball practice or whatever, and then they have to come home and they have to make dinner, and then they eat, and then they have dinner with their kid and make sure they do their homework and stuff. And so by the time they've been able to sit down and it's like 8 or 9 o'clock at night and they turn on the TV, their brain is spent. It's just spent. And all they can do is they want to watch something stupid. And so they either turn on network TV or they turn on Fox News, anything to not think. And that's what they do, is they absorb stuff. And a lot of these primetime shows, they have built-in right-wing rhetoric in there that you don't even know it, like Chicago Blue. I remember one time I stopped watching it on this episode. I used to watch primetime shows. I don't even watch them anymore. But there was one episode where the Tom Selleck character was like, they were driving in a car and there was a whole debate about stop and frisk and whether or not it was, right or not. And so he goes and he's like, stop the car. And so they stop the car and he goes over and he tells this guy that he's gonna, like to empty his pockets. And the guy has a gun on him, and he was able to tell because, he has this special magical police powers that this guy had a gun on him while he was driving past, as though that's what, is going on with stop and frisk. And of course it was a white guy, right? And so then it reinforces this notion that stop and frisk is not about race. And it's like, if you get stopped and frisked, it's the cop knows that you have a gun. And it just evades all of this stuff. And it plants that seed in somebody's brain, tired brain. And it's not like a political thing. It's just, that's what they think the way the world works is. And so then when you hear Donald Trump talk about how he's forced stop and frisk in a presidential debate, and people that actually spend their times being educated about it know that stop and frisk is incredibly racist, and it's applied in incredibly racist ways. And they're like, that's racist. And then so you got this MAGA guy that's like, no, it wasn't racist. I saw it on Blue Bloods that one time, this fictional thing. So anyway, I'm just saying, it's a lot of stuff happens in a subliminal way. There's messaging that goes on that doesn't, and then you got Donald Trump comes along and just reinforces these things, and they just believe what they saw on the TV. And it's not because they're terrible people. It's because they're just exhausted. They are exhausted just trying to get through one day after another, just the way liberals are. And this is where I wish, this is why I wish we could talk more. It's not just because I think we become people to each other. When we connect as people. And I wish we could have more of that. Like, instead of judgment, they're judging us as being people that want to chop off children's penises, and we're judging them as people that just want to that hate everybody that's a person of color, and we don't know each other. And like I say, you know how like I kind of, when I was ignorant and didn't know any better, I judged transgender people until I started talking to transgender people. And I was like, oh, I'm an idiot. That's just plain old transphobic of me. And then I started denying that part of myself. Like I said, no, this is not true. I changed my mind. I didn't just change my way of thinking. I literally just started denying that thought pattern and denied continuing to think that way. I changed my mind. And that happens when you start to get to know people. That only happens by getting to know people. So I think we need to, like, rather than alienate MAGAs, and this is why sometimes, people, I get mad at some of the stupid comments because I don't know that who's honest here and who's not. But I really, really do want to try. I want to talk to American farmers, for instance, and have real conversations and less judgment. I think that's the only way we can heal as America. Trump was not found liable for something he did not do. And saying they were a wacko and stuff doesn't, you weren't there for the trial. The 12 people who were at the trial all agreed that he did. We don't change the entire U.S. judicial system because jurors disagreed with you. I believe in everyone in politics. Anyway, I'm going to jump down to see if I can get more about what I was. They don't lose their ability to be in the room. They don't want to do that. Okay, just once I would like to see a reporter snap back when he calls them nasty or fake news or the worst. Just really lay into him about all of it. What I wish I would see, this is what I wish I would see, is I wish when he called a reporter nasty for asking a question and then went on to the next reporter, I wish the next reporter would ask the exact same question. And then when he went to the next reporter, that reporter would ask the exact same question. I wish every single reporter, and then the next time, if he never answers the question, the next time he has a press conference, they should start off asking that question. I wish that I could see some solidarity between the reporters in the press pool to actually hold him accountable. And that would do it. I would just love it if, what's his name? The king of stupid questions, Peter Doocy. I would love it if Peter Doocy would say that. Would just like follow up from a CNN reporter's question. Because they're all media. They should all be after questions, answers to their questions. And that's why if they had solidarity, there would be something. Like if they just followed up each other's questions, then either he's going to end up with an empty room, which is who is Donald Trump if he doesn't have anybody to brag to? Or he has to start answering questions. Arlington National Cemetery is 100% filled with Antifa. They can't. He doesn't say the truth. I mean, that's an objectively false statement. He has lied tens of thousands of times. Are you a real? Oh, you're Skull. You're yeah. I don't know if you're a troll or just gullible. Donald Trump saw an opening that the Democrats left, the working class. Yeah, I agree with that. I've said that before. I think that the Democrats' biggest mistake was forsaking the fight for unions. I think when they did that, that's where that hole came in. I don't think it's lefty policy or whatever. I think it's forsaking of lefty policy. I think if we had fought harder for unions, if we had continued fighting for unions, we would not be where we are today, politically or with our economic distribution. We had a lot more economic mobility when we had unions, and we had a lot more economic mobility when we had higher progressive taxes. I just wish we would. It will open your eyes when you realize adjectives are less important than nouns. I wish we would just stop using adjectives as nouns. Illegal is an adjective, not a noun. Bannon summed it up. If they don't stick with him, they all go to prison. In for a penny, in for a pound. They'll sell out the country just to stay out of jail. I think there's an element of that with a lot of the MAGA voters too. It's like, if I admit I'm wrong now, then I have to admit I have been a complete idiot for the last 10 years. Like when he made fun of the handicapped reporter, I should have seen it then. But, I defended that, and then I defended everything else he's done since because I would have had to admit I was wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Do people say you're dumb for working in trades, or is that just... I've never heard anybody call anybody dumb for working in trades. I've never heard that. I'm not saying it's not true. I've just never heard it, and I agree that's wrong. I think there is this sort of fake liberal idea, or the idea of liberals, that we're a bunch of college educated people that sit around and judge people without college educations. I don't have a college degree. All I have is a high school diploma. I don't think you need to be, I don't think you need to have a master's degree to be intelligent or to be well read. I think trade workers are incredibly important to our country, to our economy. I don't know. I think I've had good friends that actually made a lot of money as trade workers. You can make, there's a joke where this, here's a joke for you. This neurologist has a problem with his plumbing, and he kind of gets under the sink and he dinkers around with it, and he can't figure out what's going on. So he calls the plumber, and his wife tells him to call the plumber. So he calls the plumber, and his wife is in the room. And the plumber comes in there. He looks under the sink. He's like, "Oh, I see the problem." And he takes out a wrench. About 30 seconds, he's got the problem all fixed up. And so the neurologist is feeling kind of stupid. He's like, yeah, I should have figured that out, but I spent all my time becoming a neurologist. And the plumber says, "Oh, neurologist? I used to be a neurologist." And the neurologist is like, "What happened? How did you go from being a neurologist to being a plumber?" And the plumber says, I got into it for the money. See. All right. Maybe it's not funny. At least Kitty didn't think so. When it's a civil suit to get damages. I don't understand what you're talking about. She sued him. She won. I don't know what to say. Stop the corporate news, and that would help. when your job is dependent on shareholders. They don't care about solidarity. They care about getting paid. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, most people aren't working for like, of course people are cared about getting paid, because you can't pay the bills if you don't get paid, like, but it shouldn't cost you your paycheck to ask the president a question. Pamela, the first logical person I've seen, and is absolutely right. Nobody in the government, left or right, actually cares. I don't think it's fair to say nobody cares. I think there are people that care. I don't think we should poison the well. I don't think we should say that nobody cares, but I think we should stop voting for people that don't. If we actually cared about our vote, we wouldn't be voting for people that don't care. Vote for people in the primaries. Know who people are in the primaries. Vote for the people that care in the primaries. There are people that run. My brother is running for office in the San Antonio area. He cares. That's why he's running. There are people that are running because they care. So, but you have to know who they are and you have to vote for them. You can't alienate a Republican or people who disagree with you. Why? You need to be open-minded to listen to their opinions. You may come disagree with this issue, but okay, I hope you're agreeing with what I said, because that's what I'm saying. But I also think that works both ways, right? If somebody is trying to have a logical, honest conversation with you, then because what happens is a lot of times on this show, people are not being honest in their discourse themselves. They're saying things that are not true. Or I will say something in genuine, honest response to what they said. And then they will just keep repeating the same thing over and over and over again. And it's not true. And then they'll just be like, yes, it is. And I'll be like, no, it's not. And they'll be like, yes, it is. And I'll be like, no, it's not. And it's like, okay, that's not discourse. Like, you have to have a conversation that's based in logic, based in reality, based in truth, based in evidence. That's like why I share my decks that have sourced information all the way through it. It's actually why I'm building. One of the main reasons I'm building the website is so that there can be a place to keep all of these decks and slide dashboards and stuff I do, so that you can not only see that I am not just spouting things off, but one of the reasons I want people to see these sources is so that they can explore and learn themselves. And I'm not telling you what I know on this show. I am telling you what I am learning on this show. Every day I learn things, and then I share the things I learned. Yeah, Donald Trump is anything but respectful. Donald Trump, there was a book came out, I want to say like in the 80s, maybe the 90s. I think it was in the 80s. Maybe it was even in the 70s. Everything I ever needed to know, I learned in kindergarten. Have you ever heard of that book, Kitty? Yeah, everything I need to ever know, I learned in kindergarten. And that book was like basically saying all the important stuff in life, like how to treat people and like to be kind and stuff, are the things you learned in kindergarten. And apparently Donald Trump didn't learn anything in kindergarten, because he is the opposite of everything that I learned that I needed to know in kindergarten. He's mean. He lies. He's self-centered. He's spiteful. He is, if any MAGA mom, if their child acted like Donald Trump, they would punish their child. My brother-in-law's wife is that way. She's like MAGA to the core. But if her children are actually very well behaved, polite, respectful, kind people. They're the opposite of Trump. And I just, like, she'd never give me an honest answer about it, but I just ask her. Wish I could ask her, and wish I could put the Wonder Woman lasso around her, that lasso of truth, and say, what would you do if your children behaved like Donald Trump? Because she would definitely punish them. He doesn't even act like a kindergartner. He acts like a bad kindergartner. He would be on timeout if he were in kindergarten. Trades aren't essential. My husband's an electrician, and I'm a hairstylist. I enjoy talking with people, rather who you are. We came from the same place. It's like once you can connect with people as people, everything changes. You don't care. I don't know if you've ever heard of a Zero Standard. It's like this co-op thing where you order food, and I've told you, I've mentioned, people that follow me on Twitter or whatever probably know I like really into cooking food from scratch, and like I grind my own grain and make my own bread and stuff like that. And here, let me even show you this. I was really proud of these. This is the best thing that I have ever baked. Okay. This was so good. These are hamburger buns that I made. I made some hamburger buns, and I shared them on a recipe because people kept asking for the recipe. These things were bouncier than springier than a bouncy castle. Just made them from fresh. And Kelly. All right, so whoops. Switched us around. Oh, what's going on here? There we go. Okay. Boy. There we go. All right. So anyway, buns were springier than a bouncy castle. I made them from fresh milled flour. I milled my flour. I soaked the bran. I sifted it. I soaked the bran. I made a tangzong, I think it's called, where you gelatinize part of the dough. And then I also had a poulish where you do a pre-ferment with like a little bit of yeast, and you put it all in the fridge overnight. Anyway, I made this super awesome bread that is just the yummiest yums of all time in the history of all yums. Here, I'll even post I'll post the link to this in case anybody wants to try it. But I'm getting myself distracted from myself again, but there's the link. But anyway, a Zero Standard that's where I buy all my grain from to mill my own wheat. It's like I get, wheat flour and popcorn and regular corn and stuff like that. Anyway, so they do mail to your house directly, but it's a lot more expensive. It's also a co-op, and the truck guy comes and he delivers it, and then everybody kind of helps unload the truck together. Like there'll be about 20 people there, and we all help unload the truck together. You get to know people and talk to people and meet people in a totally non-political environment. And I find it interesting because there are people that are all over the place. And it's just nice to be able to talk to people as people, we just have a common interest. I wish there could be more of that again. I wish there was more connection with people as people. And I find like the political range on when you're talking about this kind of thing is like food is such a unifier. I like food. Since I started eating this way, I've lost almost 60 pounds. And I don't cut out any food groups or anything like that. I just cook my own food. That's the only strategy. The only time I open cans is for tomato paste or tomato sauce. I don't, like, that's it. I do not do processed foods. And I've lost 60 pounds. And I call it the food diet. I just eat food. I don't eat like the super processed stuff. Anyway. Somebody says, I love food is amazing. Especially if you've never had fresh milled flour. Speaking of which, Kitty had to go eat. She's going to have dinner with her family. So anyway, imagine some other people are going to have to be jetting too. And we're well over 4 hours. So you talking to me, typing on two different things, mainly because you are 5 minutes. Oh, yeah, Skull. I'm always behind on the comments. No, it's not that. I'm not afraid of you, Skull. It's just you're too ridiculous to entertained. Like you see us as like peers or equals or something, but you're just like, it's like if LeBron James didn't want to play one-on-one with me. I'm not going to say it's because he's too chicken. It's just not. I'm just not worth his time. I love food. Oh, food is so good. Oh no, you went the wrong direction, dude. Well, I know who found it. I say weight is a constant. Every time somebody loses a weight, somebody's finding it. You should try switching just to fresh milled flour. It makes such a huge difference. Like I can have a whole meal as a slice of bread. It's just it's got so much more fiber in it that then I'm talking like different even than whole wheat flour, like fresh milled flour. It has like a lot more fiber in it, and it's got the bioavailability of all the vitamins and stuff. It's not like the vitamins are stripped out and added back in. But you can eat one slice of bread and be full for like 3 hours. So anyway, yeah, anybody wants to check on that recipe, I shared it with you. Guess what I'm going to, so Knight, guess what I'm going to make this weekend that this should, like I'm going to make homemade from fresh milled flour ding dongs, like the chocolate filled cupcake, the chocolate cupcakes with the marshmallow filling. I'm going to make those from fresh milled flour, all organic ingredients from scratch, including the marshmallow filling. I should, but I work 70. There's if if you get a decent bread machine and a decent mill, it takes about 5 minutes to, like, you can just take 5 minutes, put all the ingredients in your bread machine, go to work, come home, and you got a fresh loaf of bread all ready to go. When I eat bread, I mean, it can take less time to make bread homemade than it does to go to the store and get a loaf. I mean, time-wise, it takes time to like do all this stuff. But if you have a bread machine, it does all that stuff for you. When I eat bread as a kid, it didn't hurt my stomach. I eat a slice of white bread now, just one. I feel it all day, so I don't do it. Yeah. I had one of the reasons one thing that happened to me is I was chronically having stomach problems for like 20 years. And like I had colonoscopies and I had endoscopies and just one thing after another. And I had just basically given up on ever resolving them. By stomach problems, I mean, I had the trots like almost all the time. I'd go through like massive amounts of ibuprofen, or not ibuprofen, diarrhea medicine. I can't remember what it's called. Imodium. That's what I'm trying to think of. Imodium. And So since I switched to fresh milled flour, it took me even like a month before I even noticed it, that it was like it was going away. And then now it's been like a month since, or almost a year since I've had any problems just by eating fresh milled flour. You know what? Yeah, I will have. I do have a machine in the closet. It's so, first of all, the machine doesn't have to be in the closet. There's no shame to being a bread machine, but no, that's just a joke. But yeah, get a grain mill. Get a grain mill. If you have a KitchenAid, you can even get like an attachment for like $70. There's cheap grain mills. If it's just for you, you don't have to spend a bunch of money. And you can if you want to join up at Azure, my I have an affiliate account. Kelly Scaletta 1 is the code. Just type in Kelly Scaletta 1. The grain has been crossbreeded so much for thousands of years, and now it's been bred properly into combines. This side effect of that crossbreeding destroys. That's depends on what you're doing. There's all kinds of different wheat. There's a couple of kinds of wheat. Like if you wanted to try doing fresh milled, there's a Kumat, and there's Icorn. There's some there. What is the Emmer and Einkorn and Korshan are 3 wheats, and I've used all of them. There are some wheats like they have, especially the Korshan. They had this wheat that they found literally in an Egyptian tomb, like one of the pharaoh's tombs. And another thing, like flour goes bad, the wheat grains don't go bad. They found this like literally ancient from an Egyptian tomb wheat in this pharaoh's tomb, and they managed to grow it and use it and propagate it, and now it's like literally the original wheat you can go out and get, like thousands of years old. And it's called Korshan. The main it's called Kamut is the main brand that sells that. So people will use those Korshan and Kamut interchangeably. But it's good. It's good. I tend to, one of the nice things about when you're milling your own flour and doing stuff with your own grain, you can choose what to use and when to use it. So I've done breads with Kamut, or like with a mix of Kamut. I think the main reason that you probably have problems is there are 2 things. One is like the bug sprays, the Glyphosate or whatever it's called, Glyphosate, the chemicals that they're sprayed with. So with grains, when you're buying fresh grain, you can get the Glyphosate free is pretty common. Like that's the Azure standard has that. And then you can also when they produce it, when they process it, what happens is they take out the bran and a lot of the oil, and that's even with whole wheat. Technically, sometimes they don't take it out, sometimes they do. You never know exactly what's in it, how much is in it. But the oil starts to go rancid like after a couple of days. So even if you mill it at home, you shouldn't use it more than like a couple of days later. So I always mill just right before I cook or bake with it. But anyway, you can use the exact grain that you want for the thing you're making. Grind it exactly as much as you want ground. You can get a lot more precise with what you're doing. So anyway. Anybody want one of my homemade ding dongs? Don't make that a double entendre. Well, good talk. I'm a moderate person and I just like talking. Time to make dinner and sleep. See, I made you hungry. All right. The ancient ones can't predict much, can't fit in modern machinery, but they are so much better than in common breeds. Now, what do you mill the grain with? I have a classic mill, a Nutrimill Classic. It's like it's awesome. You just pour the grain in and turn it on, and then it's ground. It takes about 2 minutes, 3 minutes maybe. It's about as loud as an airplane. It's like really loud. But there's some dials on there that you can make it more fine or more coarse. There's like different grains or different mills. I like that one because it's flexible. You can do as much as you want with it, and it's like middle price one. So they make cheaper ones and more expensive ones. All right. So anyway, I gotta go pee. And I think it's you and I are the only ones left. So all right, Brett. I hope I see you tomorrow. Good talk.